This 2020 Sports brought to you by Bookman & Son Fine Jewelers. No pressure, engagement ring shopping at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping's made easy and comfortable. Find out more at bookmanandson.com. Cavaliers opened up a 3-game road trip last night in Milwaukee. They continue to like Jared Allen. Luckily, the other big guy, Evan Mobley, stepped up against the Bucks.
Here's Donovan. Works on Jang. Flares one off to Harden. Harden in the air. Off to Struz. Struz for three. Mobley's there. Mobley cranks it home. And we have a timeout on the floor.
At Kersey Cavs, FanDuel Sports Network, Ohio. Good guys take it. 123-116. Mobley double-double, 27 points, 15 rebounds. James Harden also with 27 points in the win for the Cavs. NCAA tournament got going last night. First four in Dayton. Texas over North Carolina State, 68-66. Howard knocking off Maryland, Baltimore County, 86-83. Reports say former Browns right guard Wyatt Teller coming to terms on a 2-year contract with the Houston Texans. Also, word is that former Browns tight end David Njoku had a visit with the Ravens on Tuesday. World Baseball Classic championship game last night. The United States losing to Venezuela. Team USA loses the title game for the second straight time. Last night, Guardians and Goodyear beat the Reds 8-6. Guardians scored 5 times in the top of the 8th. The knockoff Cincinnati. Rhys Hoskins had a solo home run. Travis Bazzana, a 2-run double in the win for Cleveland. Coming up this morning, 9 o'clock, it's new Browns linebacker Quincy Williams live right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
The afternoon drive.
You got to put the locker room in a position to succeed. You do. Those guys owe it to have somebody to fall back on. And that's why I've always said it's equal parts Shador insurance and it's equal part Deshaun Watson insurance. I need somebody that, if Shador's not ready to be a starter in the NFL, can plug in and play. And that also allows you to never have to see Deshaun again.
I do think there's part of the locker room that would say, Deshaun Watson, that's not, you're not giving us a real chance there. We know what you're doing. How do they position this quarterback room to make it seem like if it does go bust, they didn't just ship 2026 down the river?
I don't think you can.
I think at this point it's incredibly hard. You care about it way more than I do. The idea that like the locker room matters for this year and these guys have to get no winning and environment and all this other stuff. It doesn't seem like Andrew Berry cares about that at all.
I would agree with you, and I really question that about Andrew Berry.
The afternoon drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Struz with the rebound. And finally, that will just about do it. The Cavaliers improved to 42-27 as the Cavs grind out a 123-116 victory here in Milwaukee.
I thought James and Evan kind of carried us. They're really starting to get some nice synergy, those two, in the pick and roll. And I think James finding them on mismatches, and he's helping Evan a lot. A little better defensive effort in the fourth. Hold him down a little bit. You know, we got the right rotation out there, right players out there. I liked our defensive effort, even though they shot the heck out of it from 3. It was impressive how well they shot it. But I thought our process was better than, the Dallas game.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of FanDuel TV. Your Cavaliers winners last night over the Milwaukee Bucks. A game that most people thought that they would win.
I thought this game was going to be over in the first quarter. It was not.
Well, that's an NBA basketball game, Tone. You can't. You got to keep watching. You can't turn away. By the way, when did they take Giannis out? Like at 6:00 last night, it was like, he's still going to play. At least that's what I saw. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, yesterday I assumed he just flat out wasn't going to play.
I thought so too. And then I saw the thing, and I went, I got to.
He continues to kind of screw with the gamblers because those are the people who are really dialed in right now to the Bucks games.
Historically, those are the type of people you mess with, the gamblers.
They ended up playing better without him because they spaced the floor and they decided to make 23s.
The Cavaliers won last night, which I might have a weird question about. I think you might be able to call this guy the most underrated. You might have to call him the most important, but more on that coming up in a little bit. There's something else here. If you are a science teacher that just woke up, at 6:40 this morning, we may need you to call in. Now, we have a lot of phone lines here, so if we have like a dozen science teachers who call in, I'm sorry we might not be able to get to all the science teachers. But I have to put out the bat signal. Lima and I got into a shouting match on the phone yesterday over the Meteor, and I'm not going to tell you why because it's really silly. However, I need a science teacher. I need somebody to settle this. I need a science teacher at 6:40.
A math teacher might help, too.
A math teacher could help, too.
But if
STEM,
you just woke up and you're supposed to be there within the next hour,
yeah,
do better.
Yeah, and remember, you'll be dealing with titans of the science community since we've seen Interstellar.
Against my will, I saw Interstellar. I didn't like it. There you go.
Wow.
I said it.
Wow.
I said it.
Are you
I didn't like
serious?
science, and I don't like it. I don't like Interstellar. I don't like sci-fi that much. I don't like it.
And
I like Star Wars. That's about as far as it goes.
You got to remember.
But you didn't see that until like 5 years ago.
I didn't see that until about I didn't see the entire first three, which are technically the second three and all that works. I didn't see them all I didn't finish them until last year. Well,
also know that if
I'm
you're
a better
calling
man for
in
it.
to argue science with us, I did see a podcast recently with Neil deGrasse Tyson with Bill Maher. So,
well, I don't know about that.
Good luck coming and debating with us.
I will not debate science with you. I will debate it with Anthony. I just want to know. But any of the science movies, any of the sci-fi movies, no offense to you guys personally, not a fan of Interstellar. Whatever other one you want to bring up, probably not a fan of it.
I have not debated science since Thanksgiving table 2020.
2000 to right about now.
Well, there's a different thing for that. Anyway, all right. So that's at 6:40. 6:40, I need a science teacher to get in. If you know a science, if you're a woman or a man, and you're a science teacher, it doesn't matter. I do not discriminate. I will take anybody's opinion on it. So if you woke up and your wife's a science teacher, tell her to call us up at 6:40. If you woke up and your husband's a science teacher or whatever, your partner, I don't care. We need a science teacher at 6:40. Any of you science teachers, please, I need you. Team USA lost the World Baseball Classic last night.
Oh, no.
Speaking of,
what happened?
This is the issue that I have.
What in the world?
I think you cost yourself. I think you cost yourself a chance to do your job as a sports talk radio show host. I think you cost yourself a chance to start to change the cosmic tumblers of perception, to walk through the door of perception about the World Baseball Classic. Now, I think that it was a great World Baseball Classic. I know they lost to a team in Venezuela that, okay, I don't think there's shame in losing to Venezuela. It's a tight baseball game. Bryce Harper, king among men to a lot of people. Owen stayed up for the whole thing.
I did. I actually left the Cavs game and went and started watching.
Do you feel as if your time was wasted because you stayed up for the whole thing? You don't?
No.
Well, why is that?
It's good baseball.
Okay.
It kind of, I think, we don't get into spring training like we used to, right?
No.
So this was a nice little primer. The only thing is now I'm done with baseball for another 2 weeks, and then we'll be back to baseball again.
We got baseball next Thursday.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, but it's
on the West
10
Coast.
o'clock at night.
I'll see you when you get at least to the Central Time Zone, guys.
Season starts on Thursday. I'll see you on Saturday afternoon. Saturday evening.
And then the following Thursday, Friday.
You know my take on that every
Cubs are
year.
in town.
Those games should only count when you win.
I actually agree with you on that take. I actually agree with you. Okay, so the baseball season starts next week. However, do you believe that Lima did not do his job watching? Not
Absolutely.
watching. Okay, you explain your reason why. I bet we agree.
There's a reason that I texted you at the time that I texted you last night because I knew
Owen showed that he was dialed in.
I would get no response from that. I knew that Lima was off to Betty Buys. It was not a thing for him. And there's very few times, especially in the sport of baseball, where you actually get to see a feature, in this century at least, there's something featured where the whole sports community can gather around and watch it. And Lima didn't participate in that.
So we had a boss who used to say, the second you guys get tired, because there's a lot of things, guys, where you guys go, why are you talking about this again? And I go, yeah, we were tired of talking about it 2 weeks ago. And there's a lot of things that we would go, God, do we have to talk about this? And you go, the moment you're tired of talking about it is the moment the people listening are starting to get it. And I actually think that this is the reverse. I think that it took 20 years 20 years to come around to it. Actually, it probably took about 16 because the last one was pretty good. Where at first when this started, you have preconceived notions. And so when the World Baseball Classic started, it was this like, man, this is for money. Who cares? Nobody should take this seriously. I don't take this seriously. And you didn't care. You did not care. And I think over time, as the players seem to take it more seriously, and the baseball, like baseball's baseball. It's like it's hard to half-ass baseball. And so if I'm still seeing the good parts of the sport, and guys care, and I there's certain things about baseball that make it fun. You hit home runs and you drink espresso after you hit home runs, and people are celebrating. Like, I'm in. I'm going to watch part of that. That's part of the fun of the game, or part of the fun of what you're doing with the World Baseball Classic. So the last World Baseball Classic, watched a little bit. This World Baseball Classic, I watched a lot of it. And I thought of something else. It's for me, when you bring up the World Baseball Classic and you don't care, it's the same thing for me with the NBA Cup. Because you watch the NBA Cup, and because you watch it, see, this is the difference in the show. I can't force him to do anything. He will force me to do things all day long. I was forced to watch the NBA Cup, and I'm going, hey, this is good stuff. But my original thought of the NBA Cup was, this is garbage. This is some sort of dog and pony show to try to spike ratings in some trash way when really you don't get anything out of it. And I go, you know what? The formula that they're using, I mean, some of the courts are absolutely butt ugly. Some of the courts are fun. But some of the formulas that they use didn't seem to work, or what they talked about working didn't seem to work. But I'm going, you know what? When you made it about money, and yeah, you got guys in your team making $50, $60, $70 million in the future per season, like we'll get with the new television deal in the NBA. I know it doesn't matter to a lot of fans, but when they play their asses off because a guy at the end of the bench is still on a two-way contract making nothing. We brought this up in the emerging podcast scene yesterday. Because a guy at the end of the bench is on a two-way contract making nothing, the guys tend to play their asses off. So if they're playing their asses off in the middle of the season, you get what you want. It just is an NBA Cup, which at first seems like a hokey thing. Like, I'm coming around. I still don't like the pool play type of stuff, even though they do in the World Baseball Classic. I still get weirded out by it, but still, I can get it. I can work with it. And I enjoyed the NBA Cup this last year, and I enjoyed the World Baseball Classic. I just think things take time for them to come around. Like, in 4 years, will you remember us ripping you for not watching the World Baseball Classic, not paying attention to it, and will you try to tune in? He might not. He may very well might not.
I kind of feel like a couple things are missing here from the conversation. The first thing is, this year and you know, we've had John with us now throughout the World Baseball Classic, young John. I mean, wasn't he pitching every day? Like, are you guys mad about how Skubal is kind of playing in it, but he's kind of not, and Mark DeRosa doesn't really know the rules, and that almost cost them and got them eliminated.
The DeRosa thing was ridiculous.
It didn't seem like they took it all that seriously. It kind of seemed like they treated it as if it was spring training. Like Owen said, like, more a means to get guys ready for the season.
Yeah.
But you still...
Well, then it can't be some life or death thing if they're not taking it seriously. And then not to mention, like, there's American players on all the teams. So, like, I was joking about rooting for Italy and all that, but Italy's team was not Italy.
But I still think...
They were an American team posing as an Italian team.
They were Italian-Americans.
Just so we could fill out the team.
They were Italian-Americans. They still have family over there. They trace the roots.
People got really irritated in the Olympics, the amount of Americans that just got paid to be on other teams.
Well, that's a little bit different. Okay, like some of the Italian-Americans that were playing for Italy still consider themselves Americans. There's just no room. But when you talk about the other ones...
What, Little Staten Island? Is that what they were calling that team?
You know, you're allowed to say that.
Paisanos?
If I say that, I got to sign documents and I got to go to classes. I just want to point that out to everybody.
You got a roll of cannoli? You're good. You're eligible.
I have to. If he says it, it's fine. If I say it, I have to acknowledge emails sent by the boss, and then I got to go to a class. Is that fair?
Get a humidor.
Smells like olive oil over here.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. The difference is that there might not have been enough room on Team USA. The other thing, I know what situation you're talking about, and I know what you're trying to bait me into, that person just accepted money to go do things for that other country. That is not the same.
Is there anything?
It all comes back to goo.
Is there anything more American than getting paid off and be a sellout for another country? Because we certainly don't have CEOs that do that here.
216-474-0092.
Anywho, so wait a second. I do have to ask you one thing.
Safety on.
So yesterday, Owen, was a really good. You said good baseball.
Yeah.
Was it?
Great
did it
baseball.
feel like a playoff game?
Yeah.
Did it?
Place was packed.
Okay, so
and it was guys that I know.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the other thing. It's players that I knew, like Salvi Perez was catching for Venezuela.
Salvador Perez has been a catcher in Major League Baseball since we were like in middle school.
And he's only like 34.
It's before John was even born. The guy was a catcher in Major. Actually, that might be true.
Oh, it's not.
He's been a catcher for a long damn time, John. Okay, Mr. Baseball in there. But boy, John is. This summer is going to be the summer of John. John loves his baseball. There's exactly what Owen said. You know who the players are because there's a lot of Venezuelan Major League Baseball players there. I thought it was interesting, and I do think that we are starting to, just in time for a labor stoppage, obviously,
Right.
is that people are starting to recognize names again, and I think it's starting to come around again. So I think that helps it. The other thing that was brought up to me, and I'll say this later on, is there was somebody who texted me overnight and thought it was ridiculous that we're not sad. We won't act sad that the United States lost. And I go, well, why? Well, you guys were all excited that Team USA won hockey, and that I'm like, yeah, we don't really pay attention to the losses here very much. Like, do you know the history of War 1812?
Only
Do
because
you know
of you.
that? Exactly. But I guarantee there was another conflict that happened a long time ago that I didn't learn that it was kind of a stalemate or actually a loss until I got to high school. Until one of those veterans were one of my teachers.
What, the Iraqi conflict?
No, we don't. We talk about these things, and we do not like to talk about our losses.
I get that. The only thing is, Kenny, we can run the transcript from yesterday. Maybe John can do it. Did you mention the World Baseball Classic yesterday and how excited you were?
No, I didn't mention how excited I was, but the World Baseball Classic got brought up.
I must have missed that segment. You can't tell me something's important and then you didn't try to hype it up at all yesterday,
Tone,
given the 4 hours with the microphone you have.
The nonstop conversation about who the hell's going to play football for our 6-win football team this year. I mean, good God. You try finding minutes in the day to talk about the World Baseball Classic when, damn it, we got QBs to talk about around here. How can I talk about the World Baseball Classic when we got to chew the fat on Anthony Richardson? You tell me, sir. Thank you. All right, if you're a science teacher, 640, I need you. I need you. You have to settle a score with Anthony and I. Coming up in 5 minutes, let's not lose focus on who to blame if David Njoku actually were to go to the Baltimore Ravens. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app.
50 years with a 4.9-star Google review rating. Whether it's for home or business, call today to get a free estimate for your plumbing and electrical needs, or visit TriCountyElectricService.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If you're a science teacher, we need you at 6:40. Okay? About 13 minutes away, we need you at 6:40. All right? I got to get him at 6:40, even though the segment doesn't start right at 6:40, because I want him on hold. I want him ready to go. Because Lima and I had a fight last night. I need you guys to help us here. So if you're a science teacher, I need you at 6:40. 216-474-0092. Also, 2-second trivia. Your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals coming up this morning at 7:45. But you must answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. And away you go to the fun and frivolity of Mr. Hero. Okay. David Njoku met with the Ravens yesterday. Immediately the question came in because somebody, I forget who it was, and they sent us a tweet. Owen, what are the social media reactions brought to you by?
Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
And he had said, and I wish I could tell him because it was a telling way and a leaping off point here, where it said, like, God, it was both of us, and he's like, man, you guys are right. Like, this is nothing but a job to them. And I thought, well, I don't think it's an indictment on the fans, but I think a job is a job. You can only do this for so long. And I go, man, if he does sign with the Ravens, like I heard a couple of other shows yesterday, and they were kind of going after the Ravens for signing him or anything like that. I'm going, well, he's a quality tight end. I think that I think we were always waiting for a top end for him to emerge that never emerged, whether it be because I think quarterback play is a major issue. I think injury was a major issue with him. There were a couple of drops here and there, obviously, but I thought he got better as time went on. And remember, he started here as a 20-year-old coming out of Miami, so he was just a pup when he started here. So there's a lot of things that ended in there, but I thought it was all in all a pretty successful career with the Browns. And I thought he was, and I know that he asked for a trade twice, but he was always pretty good with the fans. I got nothing against David Njoku, and I will have nothing against David Njoku if he signs with the Baltimore Ravens. I don't want to have happen, and I don't think it will. I think that the fan base is in a different place than what it was 10 years ago. I don't want to have happen what happened with Joe Hayden. They cut Joe Hayden. Joe Hayden's free to sign anywhere he wants. Anywhere he wants, and I got to deal with it. So if he signs with the Steelers, I deal with it, just like Joe Hayden did. If he signs with the Ravens, I got to deal with it.
Well, I think it's a good indication of how you...
It's the Browns' fault for the 9 years that seem wasted. It's
a bigger indication of how you feel about David Njoku, whether or not you're worried about whether he signs with a team you have to play twice a year. That's the end all. Because when they're wearing Browns uniforms, we play these guys up. We talk them up. I mean, in year 2, he had 639 yards. He had 4 touchdowns. And people were talking about him as if he was going to be one of the top 3 tight ends of the NFL.
Yes.
That never got close to materializing. He was always kind of comfortably, like 10th, 9th? And that was it the whole career. He didn't really get better.
At best.
At best. Right? And then by the end, let's be honest, and, people did not love they don't love when radio hosts talk about the physiques of world-class athletes.
I don't know. Why not?
I know. Why? What the heck? But the reality was, anybody could see it. David Njoku's body did not look like David Njoku's body early in his career. Did not look like at the end of his career. It looked like he gained 20 pounds. I mean, it did.
Jermaine Wiggins had a gut. He had a great career.
Well, and I know, and Pittsburgh has a tight end that's 325 pounds that sprints down the field.
Darnell Washington's fantastic.
Somehow gets away.
Hurdles everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I think we beat them at the end of the year because he probably was injured. He was like their whole offense.
Mm-hmm.
But all I'm saying is you could see his body kind of transformed as he got. Why? Because, you get banged up over time. He was a specimen when he came into the league. He was just something else. Like, you're like, holy cow, they don't build a lot of tight ends like this. And then by the end, wasn't the same David Njoku. He seemed like he was stuck in mud. Like those tight end screenplays, they did not have a chance to work like they did earlier in his career. All of a sudden, it's like, well, it seems like 5 guys are around him. Yeah, 5 guys were around him earlier in his career. He knew how to get out of it. He had explosiveness.
Yeah. I'm not. So you're not. It's not like I'm not afraid. Like my Browns issues are still like you got to get going as a team first. I go back to the history. Like I just unless he says now there's a couple caveats here. if he says a bunch of bleep yous on his way to Baltimore, which he won't do. But
his brother's running a business here in Northeast Ohio. I don't think he's gonna do that.
I think there's extenuating circumstances. If he says he has problems with the fans, if he says he has problems with the way he was treated by the fans or something like that, I don't know. I don't see him doing that. If he did, then I'd change my tune about it.
Kenny, he even had asked for a trade, and
twice,
that's how beloved.
2 times.
That's right,
Two
twice.
times.
That's how beloved he was. That fans did not hold that against him the way they did like Myles Garrett.
And I had to interview him the same day he asked for a trade one day, and it was pretty awkward, but he did a professional job as best as he could, and I always appreciated that about David. I still look back when it comes to all these guys, like Wyatt Teller just signed with the Houston Texans, and he spent a long time here with the Cleveland Browns. He did a fine job here with the Cleveland Browns. If what the Browns replace him with is worse, I'm critical of the Browns. If what the Browns replace him with is better, then I have to look at it and go, I like Wyatt a lot. Obviously, everybody knows he's friends with us. But at the same time, maybe it was for the best. I have to give Andrew Berry credit if it was for the best. If the Browns with Harold Fannin, and they probably would need another wide receiver. I know they just got Jack Stahl, but he's more of a blocking guy. So I mean tight end. If they need another tight end, they bring him in. All of a sudden, you got 2 tight ends that look really, really nice, the way that other teams have done. I could sit there and go, David Njoku did as best he could for while he was here, but the Browns had to move on. And I look back at the last 9 years, and I say, that's on the Browns. That's not necessarily on David Njoku all the way. So I have to look back and say, why did the Browns not be able to do this? Like, we've contemplated all the time. And because of that trade, this is where, and you know where I'm going with this, as of right now, this is where the Baker fans all have it, is that no matter what we say, had you have been able to calm your heads, and I'm talking Baker too, if you would have been able to get him back in the table and say, hey, let's work something out here, let's do this. Had you been able to do it, and even if it were still to work out the way it is, where it's like, hey, you can get to a divisional round, but you're not getting past XYZ when it comes to the quarterbacks in the AFC, it's still better than what we've argued about. Because that move has changed the course of time where you've had good football players here. I think that's one of the most frustrating things for a lot of Browns fans. Excuse me. It probably is the most frustrating thing. Where before, it's like, you guys have no talent. And I'm looking at the last 6, 7, 8 years ago. No, you had talent. In 2016 and 17, you had very little, if any. No offense, because I know a couple of guys still live here, but we all know the score. You had very little, if any. You set yourself up. You've had talented players. You've had legitimate Pro Bowl wide receivers, back when a Pro Bowl actually matters, all pro caliber wide receivers, all the Pro Bowl caliber tight ends, one of the best offensive lines in football for a long period of time up until this last couple of years. You had talent on that team, and what makes it sad is that the most you have to show for it is one divisional round appearance with a quarterback that we bickered about for years, and he's not out of the woods down there in Tampa Bay, but it's still better than what we have to argue about right now. Like, that's a thing I go, how do I learn from this and go, David Njoku had a good time here. Bye-bye to David. Wyatt had a good time here. A lot of great memories. Goodbye to Wyatt. We're going to say bye to more people as time goes on. How do we not repeat that same mistake with either Shador or QBX that's going to come out of the draft going, hey, man, if we're seeing the way QB play is around this league, it's not all going to be peaches and ice cream, whoever you have here over the next couple of years. Like, I guarantee you, even if you got number 1 overall, I'm willing to bet we're still going to have some really serious arguments about whoever that quarterback is, even if he's good, Tone. Yeah. Even if he's one of the better ones.
Yeah, and I would just say this. One final thing for me is that he ended up, I didn't realize, 500 snaps last year for Njoku. So even if it wasn't the most productive 500 snaps of all time, he could be relied upon to do a lot of things. Now, that was in a Stefanski offense, so keep that in mind as well. But you saw how Tom Monken used his tight ends over time with the Ravens. So it is something they've got to replace. I don't think it's going to be like the most difficult task of all time. I'm not trying to make it seem like Njoku is irreplaceable, especially what I saw last year. But
yes.
It's a very interesting guy to talk about because very few guys play for the Browns as long as he did.
216-474-0092. I throw out that number because I need science teachers to call in. Lima and I had a very loud argument on the phone yesterday over the Meteor yesterday, and what it actually could have done to us. So I need to ask some science teachers here because I'm still in the dark. I didn't look up anything. I let it for the science teachers to call in. 216-474-0092. I need you to back me up or prove me wrong in 5 minutes on the Fan. Window Nation, windownation.com. Folks, go to the web.
offer. Contact the Young Team, meet with one of their specialists, have a cash offer in hand in as little as 48 hours. Google the Young Team and start packing.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Preview.
Oh. So yesterday, the Meteor fell while we were talking to Channing Frye. And I came out of the bat. Of course, I set myself up for every joke because I'm like, I was in the bathroom. I didn't hear anything. I came out and everybody's saying they heard a lot. Boom. It's like, okay, all right. This is a stupid thing to say. But then we started getting specs on the Meteor. We saw it from our buddy Jim Lloyd. Dr. Jim Lloyd over there in Olmsted Falls had the bus camera that showed the Meteor.
What a visual. It was amazing.
The good doctor showing it. 7 tons was how much the Meteor was.
7 tons.
All right, so the first report I saw was 17,000 pounds. And these numbers...
That'd be 8.5 tons.
These numbers are serious for a reason. Let's play it from last night. This is audio courtesy of ABC World News Tonight with David Muir. We're getting to... Well, I'll tell you why we're arguing here in a second. Go.
Here in the U.S. tonight, and to this incredible sight seen in several states, a 7-ton meteor shooting across the sky. The sonic boom heard over multiple states. The meteor 6 feet in diameter, the ground shaking. Here's Rhiannon Alley tonight.
Tonight, NASA says this bright red fireball streaking through the sky, moving at 40,000 miles per hour and seen from at least 10 states, is a rare daylight meteor crashing into Earth.
Oh, what the was that?
The asteroid bursting through the Earth's atmosphere, sending loud sonic booms, rattling homes from Ohio to Kentucky. The blast so powerful it shook the ground, the rumbling registering on a seismograph.
It was just like a boom, like that.
The meteor seen just before 9 a.m. for barely 5 seconds, traveling more than 34 miles in the upper atmosphere before breaking apart above Medina, Ohio, and seen across the Northeast.
Anybody see or hear what blew up? Definitely too big for fireworks. We felt a shockwave. We're not sure what it is, but it was big.
NASA says the meteor, nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing roughly 7 tons, lit up the sky. It was even spotted by a NOAA satellite in space, unleashing the same amount of energy as 250 tons of TNT.
This thing just broke apart violently, scattered fragments everywhere. And this explosion generated a shock wave or a pressure wave that traveled to the ground. And that's the explosions people saw.
Heavens to Murgatroyd. How many tons of TNT did it have the same as? What was that number? It was a lot, right?
250,000?
Yeah. Okay, so I win this argument. Because I asked yesterday, I go, what if it doesn't break in the atmosphere? Will we all be dead? And Lima goes, well, it was 7 tons.
Yeah, when they said 7 tons, I was like, isn't that like a couple hippos being launched in through the atmosphere?
How much does a hippo weigh?
I think it's they vary from 2.5 tons to 3 to 3.5.
3.5 tons for a hippo.
Adult male goes 3.5 to 9.9 thousand pounds.
It is the Darnell Washington of the animal
Graceful,
kingdom.
Though.
So fast, so quick, so big.
They probably don't want to play with Aaron Rodgers either.
So Lima, my thought was, all right, if you got 3 hippos that fall out of the sky. Well, if they fall right on you, as you said to me last night, they're gonna. You started yelling at me last night.
Yeah,
it's gonna kill you. But then you're gonna have hippo all over the place, so you're gonna have to clean that up, and plus it's gonna be feet in the ground if it falls out of the sky like that. But they just said the tons of TNT,
right?
Because it's my understanding. Isn't that how the dinosaurs went down? That's my issue. You said we'd be fine. I said, no, this place would be destroyed. We would all kissed our ass goodbye during the Channing Frye interview.
That's it? We're
yesterday
done?
morning. Yes. I've watched
That's all it takes to end this whole thing.
Will. So I need to know, would it have taken us all out?
One hurling hippo is all
teachers.
it takes. It's amazing it hasn't happened more often.
Not a hippo. It packs a wallop when it comes to... Now I sound like Carman policy. It packs a wallop when it comes to the TNT.
How many beer bottles is that?
They got to stop giving away those hippos at Browns games.
We have centered in on John in Strongsville. He was the first one in. He is a science teacher. Hello, John.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're doing well. I'm just going to call it right now. He's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. I have no idea what his credentials are. John, Had that made it through the atmosphere, would we be talking to each other today?
Well, you got me worried more about hippos right now. But I'm thinking to myself, it's funny because I'm planning a lesson right now. I'm teaching the kids a little bit about what meteors are. But what I did see yesterday was usually they'll burn up before they hit the atmosphere.
Okay.
But the realistic part of it is that's a big rock headed to us. And I'm praying that thing burns up. But from what I understand also, it's something that we need to embrace and enjoy rather than be afraid of to be able to envision that. So I think it's a little bit kooky and a little crazy to think about it. But from what I understand, it was nothing for us to be concerned about.
John, I just need to know, had it got through, do I win the argument? Would we all be obliterated?
I mean, we probably have the day off of school tomorrow.
Which is all your kids care about.
Damn it.
They don't want to be indoctrinated by your science. They want to know whether they have school off.
But you know what? I don't know. But by the end of the day, and after looking into it, I hope to have the answer.
Okay. Well, John, I needed you now. I don't need you tomorrow. I need you now. Who knows what's going to fall out of the sky today?
I understand. And the kids aren't coming in until 8, so I do have a little time.
Little wiggle room here.
But
okay.
I got the YouTube videos up right now, man.
We'll get back with is he learning science from YouTube? Who are they employing down there in Strongsville? Bah! That'd be a hell of a way if you were just like, I learned from YouTube. Here you guys go.
This coming this soon after Pi Day, I don't even know how they.
Oh my gosh!
How they can figure out what's going on in the world.
Do we have any bakers? Call in.
Trey is in Cleveland. Hello, Trey.
What's up, guys?
You are another science teacher.
Yeah, I'm a farmer. My farm is called Hood Honey. I'm a beekeeper in the city.
Okay, let me ask you this. I just need an answer. Had the thing gone through the atmosphere, would we be talking to each other right now?
It depends on how big it was. But
7 tons. 7 tons. It had it had the same impact as a lot of TNT, according to ABC World News Tonight with David Muir.
Yeah, no, that did get through the atmosphere, but we're still talking. We need to be like half a city, half a block or something. You know what I'm saying? Something bigger than that.
Okay.
6 tons isn't big when you're talking about space.
Well, no, it's only 1.5 hippos. So that's not a lot.
Right.
Depends, how hungry are they?
See, this is my issue.
We need the terminal tower to come through. That's what we need to come through.
Oh gosh, no, I'm not trying to dream of ways to kill us here,
Is
Trey.
it needle up or needle down?
Trey, thank you for the call. It's got to be needle down. That's how the thing would fall. It's not going to fall on its ass.
Principle.
Yeah. I mean, you played lawn darts. You know how this is going to go. That's not, guys. I just need to know. I just need to know if I would have won the argument. I just need. Would we all be obliterated had the thing went through? Because it's the entire premise of the movie Armageddon. I've had to watch that against my will.
And what's it going to take?
Times.
What's it going to take to actually get through the atmosphere? Does it have to go faster? How much larger does it have to be?
I've come away with more questions than I have answers out of this, because wouldn't it be easier to just teach NASA scientists how to drill instead of drillers how to be NASA scientists?
Is that why they're always chanting "Drill, baby, drill"?
It's an age-old question.
That's for next Friday during Coming In Hot.
It was just like a boom, like that.
They always find the best
Is there
ones,
anybody
don't they?
out there that was secretly hoping for like a lot of destruction? Aren't there weirdos?
No,
As long as it's not them and it doesn't impact
that
them,
thought.
they want to see wreckage.
I mean,
I was very
weirdos
grounded when you brought up that the last thing I might have heard was our interview with Channing Frye. That might have been the last thing I ever heard.
I mean, you know for a fact, talking about LeBron coming back next year to be like, well, there's nothing to come back to. Listen, for a fact they're like tornado chasers that are rooting for tornadoes. They don't care that they're destructive.
They got to stay in business.
Just like the Bigfoot people. If Bigfoot is around, he's gonna start smacking people around eventually, right? But yet people are still rooting for Bigfoot. We played the audio last week.
It's like, I'm glad Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton could have their sexy moment and get back together, but you just drove through my house. How am I going to get my house back? They can't just rebuild that thing overnight. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Now, these are the things that people don't think of that we do. I just need to know whether or not I won. I just want to know whether I won the argument. Because it's my understanding. I'm not, guys, I'm not even making jokes here. I'm being serious. It's my understanding that's what happened to the dinosaurs. That's why they're gone. It's my understanding that that's what they were trying to save us from in the movie Armageddon. And I can't get a thing, and it's always like, well, if a couple of hippos fall out of the sky, well, they're just going to affect where they fall. You hope they just fall in Lake
I think
Erie,
we aren't
and that's
factoring
it.
in the speed of these hippos.
Well, if they're falling from 40,000 feet, well, how tall is it until you get to the atmosphere? If
Well,
you're
it
falling,
depends which atmosphere. There's
if you're breaking through and
different
you're,
layers.
if you're falling from that high up, you're going to have a hell of an impact there. Should we call Carman policy and
I
see
think
what type of impact it would be?
I think a
now
lot of
they're
this
all getting it.
depends on the gravitational pull of LeBron James, whether he's come back to Cleveland.
1-6. Could Shedeur Sanders stop the hippos
Could
from
his
falling
high-
in the sky?
Well, how far would Dylan Gabriel's ball float?
Brian Baldinger going to join us at 8 o'clock. New Browns linebacker Quincy Williams going to join us at 9 o'clock. We'll see whether or not he plays Gallagher with Dylan Gabriel coming up this offseason. Coming up next. All right, I might get one more person in. I just want to know whether or not I won the argument. I want to know whether or not we'd even be here, whether we'd be obliterated, okay? Also, it's really Browns fans' first big decision of the offseason. You thought the quarterback was a big decision? Nah, that was taken out of our hands by the possible quarterbacks. This became a hot-button issue yesterday afternoon after the Jalen Waddle trade. First big question that Browns fans have to answer this offseason. Ken Carman, Toastmaster General, take us with you to work on the Fan, or from the Fan. Take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app and YouTube Live, absolutely free. No better time to turn us on than right now on YouTube Live. Maybe that science teacher will. Maybe we'll talk about the science. All right, friends, Ken Carman here for Peter & Company Jewelers.
Friday are the 2 least productive workdays of the whole year. We're doing our part. Get scores from every region during our exclusive 2020 reports. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
NASA says the meteor, nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing roughly 7 tons, lit up the sky. It was even spotted by a NOAA satellite in space, unleashing the same amount of energy as 250 tons of TNT.
Audio courtesy of ABC World News Tonight with David Muir. Now, I'm going to get to the Browns and their situation coming up here momentarily, all right? I had a total brain fart. I'm sorry. I got so worked up about getting science teachers to get in to argue with my point. I didn't see the forest for the trees because I wanted to beat you in the argument. I got so focused on beating Anthony in the argument, I forgot. We have a person here who basically is our very own Neil deGrasse Tyson. He has watched, I almost guarantee you have watched more science fiction than anybody in Cleveland media and possibly Cleveland media history. That's Jeff Thomas, who joins us right now. Hello.
Ken, I spent the weekend at Fan Expo. Well, of course I'd know what's going on here.
That's right.
Who is the biggest celebrity?
Shatner.
He goes to all that stuff.
You love this. Shatner talked for 45 minutes. They only got 3 questions in because he rambled so much. And the second time, I don't think I answered your question. But yeah, thanks, Bill, for showing up.
I was just going to have Jeff power rank those celebrities.
William Shatner, number 1. I would say Brendan Fraser, number 2.
Crazy.
Hayden Christensen, who played Anakin Skywalker, was number 3.
No kid. Was he in the movie Sideways?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. No, I don't think he was in that.
No, that's Thomas Hayden Church. Whoops.
From Wings?
From Wings. Lowell.
Oh, my God.
Wait a second.
What
Brendan
a great
Fraser,
show.
Speaking of 6 tons, what was...
Whoa, come on. He's very nice.
What did he come in at?
7 tons.
No, actually, he looks a little bigger than he used to, but he was not the whale. Okay, the whale was makeup, just to clarify that one.
Whale hit a little too close to home. So I want to ask you, Jeff.
Yes.
My thought was, I bickered with Lima last night on the phone. I said, if that meteor went through the solar system or through the atmosphere, I said we would have died. And he goes, no, we wouldn't have. I go, yes, we would have. What do you think killed the dinosaurs? Who's right, who's wrong?
Anthony is by far correct in this argument. So here's how it works. So what they said, the meteor that hit yesterday was like 6 feet diameter is what they're saying, right?
Oh.
So it probably, let's say it landed in the borough where you live.
Okay.
It very likely would have shook houses, broke some windows. If it hit you directly, yeah, you'd be foobarred.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs was 629 miles in diameter. A little bit bigger. So it would have been a bad day if you
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So, yeah, you would have survived quite nicely.
That'd be the end of Reminderville.
Oh, word. The Ville be gone.
Lindale, forget about
See ya. Actually, you know what would survive?
They'd still be writing tickets there, but
yeah. That's Newburgh Heights now. They really locked him down in Lindale. All right, so he wins it.
I understand the panic because this rarely happens, at least around here. But yeah, you would have been okay if it made it and hit. Well, they claim parts of it did land in Medina County. But yeah, you would have been okay.
A bunch of
people. The one that wiped out the dinosaurs was a tad bigger.
Go ahead.
No, Brad, I want to hear Brad in Doylestown if he is going to cover. This is what's great about science discussions.
Yes.
No 2 people. We'll be on the same page here.
All right, Brad in Doylestown. Hello, Brad.
Hi, guys. I'm actually on Jeff's side 100%. It's about 6 to 9 miles wide with basically the flying mass of the size of Mount Everest flying roughly 200 to 225 feet per second, getting ready to slam into the world was the Chicxulub impactor that took out the dinosaurs. So
Jim Tom Sula? What did you say?
Impactor.
What is that?
It is the meteor, basically, that took out the dinosaurs.
Chicxulub impactor. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Brad. Well, I guess I'm wrong. Thank you.
I hope people are listening right now because if Chicxulub impactor doesn't come up in 40 minutes.
What else? What else was it, Brad? What? Real quick, go.
CHIT.
No, come on. No, that was an old show that did spelling bees. All right, Gino in Cleveland. Hello, real quick, go.
You know, I subscribe to the Anthony Lima Conspiracy Theory Club, and
Here's what I want to know. I can't even fly my kid's drone without somebody showing up on my doorstep without filing a report with the FAA or something like that. How did nobody with these billions of dollars of radar and meteorologists and all these people that can hear a duck fart in Hong Kong, how did they not see this coming? How did it just come out of nowhere? How did it get through? Like, how did nobody see this? Like, does that not worry anybody about, like, anything else, conspiracy theory, missile strikes, things like that? Am I overreacting?
Jeff?
Like, that's what I'm worried about.
Here's the problem with that is basically if they are not looking for it, they're not going to see it. And no one was looking for a 6-foot wide rock yesterday, and that's how it got through.
He's right about that.
I hate to say it, but that's the problem.
That's right about that.
I have one more question for Ken and Anthony. Okay. And could this potential strike have happened at a better place other than Medina? Because my question really is how many Meteor rock stands are going to show up in Medina over the next decade claiming that they have official Meteor rock? Medina would be really good for that.
Okay. Gosh, well, then you're going to have to call in experts. Gino, thank you very much for the call. Because there's going to be fakes out there, I guarantee you.
They did this in Joe Dirt.
We know what that ended up being. All right, Jeff, thank you so much.
All right, boys.
Ladies and
Live
gentlemen.
long and prosper.
Silver Style Award winner.
Have a good Chick-fil-A, Jeff.
Jeff Thomas joining us here in the studio to answer that. Okay, so this is really the first big decision that Browns fans have to make. Okay? You want to take it? I've heard it all. We got some Joel Klatt to play for you coming up here. I got some Jeff Phelps to play for you coming up here. We also, coming up a little bit later on, we got to talk about this Donovan Mitchell thing because he's having a fall from grace here in the month of February. Apparently, this is a year-by-year thing. Either way, are you focused? I think this is the first big conversation we need to have about the draft. Are you going offensive line or are you going wide receiver at number 6 right off the rip? Go.
Yeah, so all along it was for me, it must be offensive line that early. That's where you have to draft these guys because the fall off is typically too substantial and there's always going to be receivers you can get at the end of the first round. But I'm starting to waver.
Why?
Man, I can't find anybody, first of all, who doesn't trash the elite level of all these positions in this draft. They're like, well, there's no Joe Alt. Oh, there's no Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, but they're saying the same thing.
There's no Saquon Barkley at running back. Even though Love, I think, is pretty good.
Who did we have a couple weeks ago? They were like, no, there's no. It was Todd McShay.
Yeah,
who said there's no Jamar Chase.
In this draft. Chase.
So
yeah. There's no anything in this draft.
I'll fight fire with fire.
Is this the worst draft in NFL history? All of a sudden, and we happen to have 2 picks in it. What happened?
So my issue is this. It's not I know I can get red-faced, and I know I can stand by my rules about how to build a football team and all that other crap. I'm not just going to take Monroe Freeling just because he plays left tackle. This scares the hell out of me. We're going from pick 24 possibly a couple of weeks ago, right before the Combine, to possibly pick number 6 overall. And we're going to play some Joe Klatt for you coming up, the vaunted college football analyst, vaunted football analyst who – he's basically saying you're fixing to make yourself a tremendous mistake or a tremendous quote-unquote overreach. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not talking about Monroe Freeling. I'm talking about quality. I'm talking about finding somebody that is going to play for my football team at a high level for the next decade. And I think I can find that in the top 10 by not taking Monroe Freeling. And God bless him. Maybe he ends up being a great player. It just seems to be too much too soon. Guys, I still have to process it. I'm not crossing him off the list. But when I've been talking to people about CeCe Mauanoa for 8 months, when I've been talking to people about Spencer Fano for 8 months, it tends to sink in. It tends to sink in. And the rules of building a football team from the inside out tend to sink in. I got nothing against Carnell Tate. I got nothing against Mekhi Lemon. It makes this, I guess I got nothing against nobody. It makes this a hell of an argument because these are good players. And people love wide receivers. They're bored by offensive linemen. They don't see what offensive linemen do. I know I'm going into a fist fight with one hand tied behind my back here. But because we have overestimated the tremendous jump of Monroe Freeling does not make me afraid enough to just go take a wide receiver. 216-474-0092. We have some audio for you to hear from Joel Klatt. Even Jeff Phelps had a strong opinion about all this yesterday. I want you guys to hear this, and maybe this will shape your opinions. Guys, this is the first big decision you really have to make. And I know we could sit here and talk about about quarterbacks. The quarterbacks that were available, they took that decision from you. They didn't want to come here. Okay? So this is our first big decision. Jalen Waddle was out there apparently. I'm not that upset about it. You have a pick at number 6. That's where it really starts. Who do you think is going to play for your football team and be better for you for a longer period of time at a higher level? Will it be an offensive lineman, one of these offensive linemen, or will it be a wide receiver? All that and your chance to win some free Mr. Hero with 2-second trivia at 7:45 on The Fan.
All right, real estate market is something to keep your eye on, very volatile, and that means
No, I'm not frustrated. What I will tell you is this. Other teams clearly value the wide receiver position more than the Cleveland Browns.
Why do I feel like we've been saying this for a long time?
Maybe Andrew Berry has some ideas, maybe some things that he's gonna go for. I actually think they have some competent wide receivers. You have your fingers crossed for the Browns wide receivers.
That's Jeff Phelps yesterday, where he sounded pretty damn frustrated. I got to tell you, he said he wasn't frustrated. You sound frustrated. Sounds like the stuff you say to me to get me frustrated. I'm like, I'm not frustrated. Don't put it in the newspaper. I was mad. I was not mad.
Well, we've always felt that. I at least thought going into this offseason, they were 100% going to take a wide receiver with either their 6 or, their 26th pick.
Uh-huh.
And then I also thought they were going to trade for one. And so when the Waddle news came down yesterday, it got me really, really thinking about, what type of wide receiver they would trade for. Because I don't know if I saw them like trading for a 1 and then also trying to draft somebody who could be a 1. I thought that would be a little bit of a stretch when it came to your resources. You only have so many resources to use, and you have, not only the offensive line this year to work on, although they have certainly attacked it. You can't just think about this in terms of this year. You have to think about it over the next 5 years. So you still got to take offensive linemen.
I don't know. I know that we've traded for a Dolphins wide receiver before, and he ended up paying off very nicely for us. And Jarvis Landry, I don't know if I don't want to sit there and compare him to him, but I wonder if the best years. I just don't know if he provides us what we need. How about that? I mean, he's 27, 28 years old. I just don't know if he provides us what we need in a number 1. If we're going to argue about a wide receiver, guys, I'd much rather argue about taking a wide receiver at 6 than I would trading for Jalen Waddle or trading for anybody else or even picking up some free agents. That's where I stand on that. He's had some very, very, very nice years in the past. I think he had around 900 yards last year, 800, 900 yards last year. He had a solid season last season with the Dolphins while they struggled. That, to me, is not just the biggest issue of this. What scares me is what I want you guys to hear from Joel Klatt, because this would say that through 27 years, we just haven't learned our lesson. This is Joel Klatt on Up and Adams with Kay Adams.
I think positional value always comes into it. I do think at the end of the day, when you're on the clock as an NFL organization, the ones that are doing it right select the best football players, and they put them on their roster, and then they become the best football players in the NFL. And the teams that get stuck into they have to fit the mold and they have to be the right value at the right pick and have their whole equation and this and that, they end up reaching and taking players that don't pan out. I'm a big believer that I'm a more of a best available versus area of need. Like the Browns are going to be stuck in this one. I think the 6th pick in the draft is going to be the most interesting pick in the draft, because I think that the Browns are going to get themselves stuck to the point where they desperately want and need to take an offensive tackle. I gave them Monroe Freeling, who's the best left tackle in the draft because he's a natural left tackle, whereas the 2 best tackles in the draft, Francis Maui-Noa and Spencer Fano, are more right tackles. And I could just see Cleveland doing something like just reaching on a left tackle just because he plays left tackle.
So I have to go through a crisis personally here, or a change of thought. Not a crisis, but a change of thought. Let me ask you guys, 216-474-0092. We got 2-second trivia coming up at 7:45. Want to try to get some people in here very, very quickly. First blush, first big decision that a Browns fan has to make. Do you want to go offensive line, or I'll just boil it down. Do you want to go offensive line, or do you want to go Carnell Tate? I'll say it that simply.
Right?
I'm not trying to pigeonhole it here, but do you want to go? I mean, Mekhi Lemon will be there, but Carnell Tate's a really good wide receiver. Let's call it what it is. Carnell Tate's a really, really, really good wide receiver. He'd be fantastic. He'd be an easy number 1 on Ohio State had they not already had Jeremiah Smith, with Jeremiah Smith as a freak of nature. But is he the right decision for this team? Because I have to change 2 trains of thought that I've known from basically my entire life talking about football and what I've been taught by football guys, quote unquote, for the last 30 years. You should build a team inside out. You build it inside out. And I think one of the big watershed moments of that was the Jamar Chase draft. And I forget which year it was. It would have been by 2021, I think it was. You have a choice between Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell if you're Cincinnati. And they took Jamar Chase, and Jamar Chase has been fantastic for the Cincinnati Bengals ever since, all right? Easily their number 1, one of the top wide receivers in all the NFL. You look at what the Detroit Lions have done. It ain't exactly like they've hurt with Penei Sewell. And it ain't like he's actually sucked up the room here.
Right, and you wonder what would it have been like for Burrow had he not have had Jamar Chase, who was instrumental in them getting to that Super Bowl and having a chance to win that Super Bowl. But you feel like elite quarterbacks, and Joe was playing at an elite level, they could create really good wide receivers out of a lot of average wide receivers.
Well, that's the issue with this.
And if he has time to throw, which now he has really not had over the last 4 years.
One of the things that I can't guarantee, I think Shedeur Sanders will be better. How much better? Because I could have Carnell Tate just out there running wind sprints for no point, for no reason, and we're just losing football games. Hell, I could probably do the same with Deshaun Watson. The quarterback room, nobody has a lot of faith in, unless they are the biggest fans of each one of those guys. And we dealt with all three. One to a much larger scale, obviously.
Yeah, really great wide receivers do not help bad football teams by themselves.
That's true. What I have to work with you, and I'm going to bring up Ted McMillan here in a bit. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. What I have to work with you, and what I have to work with Owen, and what I have to do with every listener out there, I am not going to write it in stone today. I can't. It would be foolhardy. It'd be silly. I have to open up the conversation with everybody because what I'm preparing myself to do is to break one of the golden rules I've been talking about here for the last umpteen years to the point where you know where I'm going to go as soon as I say it. When I talk about offensive linemen, one of the most frustrating things that I hear is how we can just willy-nilly move all these guys all over the place and it'll somehow figure it out. But we have seen over the last couple of years, because college football has changed, everything has changed, we have seen more guys switching positions than I think we've seen in quite a long time. Why do I have to take Monroe Freeling just because he's a left tackle? Why do I got to take him at 6 just because he's a left tackle? Which I know some folks are going to want to get in and say trade down. That's not the question. Say you don't have any takers about trading up to 6. You got to make a decision right now. Offensive line or Carnell Tate. Because this is my issue. Monroe Freeling is just shot up the board just because he plays left tackle. I know we have a hole there considering where we've gone, and we don't know. God, I wish we could say different. I don't know what DeJuan Jones is going to be able to do because he's been injured and he wasn't comfortable over at left tackle. He'd be willing to admit it. And he had no plans on playing left tackle before he was forced into doing it, before he opened his mind to it. Why can't I look at it and go, well, let's just play. We can get 2 birds stoned at once. I need offensive linemen. What's my chances that a guy like Spencer Fano plays for the next 10 years for my football team? I don't have to worry about it. He protects Shedeur. He protects Arch Manning. He protects Drew. Whatever quarterback you want to say. He protects all of those guys for the next 10 years. Same thing with CeCe Mauanoa. What are the chances I'm going to get 10 straight solid seasons? I know we got to start with one. What's the chances I'm going to get 10 straight solid seasons out of any wide receiver? I'm not trying to put the mouth on Carnell Tate.
100%. Also knowing how receivers are.
It's going to be offensive line.
Even the wide receivers that are, even if they're not that loud, they're not that, brash or anything like that. Some of those guys, that just happens once they get into the NFL.
Now, I know I'm arguing. You're right. And I'm arguing. I mean, there were plenty of guys, they just completely went nuts ever since they went to the NFL. I am fighting another battle here. Not just breaking one of my rules and just, hey, take an offensive lineman, you figure it out, which is a terrible way to look at things, I understand. But if we're talking best player available and we are talking what the building blocks are, building a successful franchise, that's 2 things at once. The other thing of it is that I'm arguing for Andrew Berry to make an informed decision to a group of folks, Browns fans and myself included, who do not trust him very much. Because I'm going, well, we could look at it and take a wide receiver at number 24 if you wanted to. I look back at last year's draft. My goodness, Emeka Ibuka had a wonderful season at pick number 19 for Tampa Bay. You know who's taken 23rd overall? Matthew Golden. Not a great year. Injury prone, not a great year. Not a great season for Matthew Golden. It is, you look at pick number 34, by the way, I wrote this down. Jaden Higgins. Now, obviously, I'm prone to liking Jaden Higgins for obvious reasons. Had a fine season. Didn't go crazy when it came to stats, but had a fine season for a second-round pick. I have to try to convince people, because I want to take an offensive lineman, because I can't change too much every day. It takes time to change people's opinions and minds. I might want to take an offensive lineman, but now to do that, I have to try to convince Browns fans to trust Andrew Berry to wait on a position that they've wanted, that's a popular position that would excite the fan base. And I know I am looking at I got to be honest with you, I'm getting ready to argue against a 7-ton Meteor here. That's what it's going to be. I mean, I'm looking up at a great big argument that I know I'm going to get devoured with.
Well, look, the minute they take Tate, people are going to go nuts. They've seen him. A lot of Ohio State fans in this area.
He's a wide receiver.
And he's a wide receiver and looks good. And who cares about 40 time? Like, we've seen him on the field. He looked plenty fast, and I think he'll be fine at the next level as well. So there's a lot to like. Now, 6 in a normal draft, is Carnell Tate going 6? No. I mean, if he was in next year's draft, there's nobody on the planet who's taking him ahead of Jeremiah Smith, obviously. And quite frankly, I think there are a bunch of Ohio State wide receivers he probably wouldn't have gone ahead of. But he's in this draft, and he's the number 1. So I don't want to let that cloud me either. And that's why, yes, I think the Browns are probably fielding every offer in the book to trade out of 6. But in the end, who is giving real capital away in this draft when we're being told there's not the obvious offensive lineman, there's not the obvious wide receiver, there's not the obvious quarterback.
There isn't.
Even pass rusher.
But guys, even the perfect ones, even the one that we think of right off the rip, he had his bugaboos. You remember, very few people remember when Joe Thomas came out, seemed like a slam dunk. Browns are going to take him number 3 overall. He's going to be plugged. He's going to be he's going to play for. There were still, well, what about his arms? His arms are short compared to other left tackles. You can look that one up. Joe has mentioned it a couple times. He doesn't think it matters. It didn't matter to him. It might matter to other people. I mean, John Dorsey, Bill Callahan have been crazy about arm length, things like that. But if I'm drafting right now, which I'm not, if I had to make the decision right now, I think I got to go with a Spencer Fano and wonder what I can do with my offense, because I can go, okay, I can play multiple positions here. I can put guys in different positions. If we're just talking about putting the best players on the field, then I need to put the best 5 there on the field when it comes to offensive line. This is completely different than what I've been saying. But I know the building blocks of what's supposed to be a successful franchise is inside out, meaning I don't start with my wide receivers. I don't start there. That's historically been that, and I can't just say, Bears, 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 Bears. The Bears did it this way. That's one. They made the playoffs. We want to see them long term. I can't do that just yet. Carnell Tate's a fantastic player. I don't think that he's going to be a bust. I got nothing negative to say about the guy, nothing at all. But when it comes to building this football team, I got to think not just for this year. I got to try to think over the next 10 years. This is a top 10 pick. It's extremely important, and I am more comfortable taking the offensive lineman. I'm not going to take Monroe Freeling there right now. I do not feel that way towards him. It's too much. It's too soon. It feels like too much hype, and I need to go back to what actually happened on the field, because all the measurables are there, and I hate talking about measurables. But I know what I saw with Spencer Fano and what I saw with CeCe Mauanoa.
And this is a question where I know we're at the end of the segment. It's a question we're going to be talking about a lot. Does it matter more whether a guy can play right away or how they project? Because that's always the age-old question in the draft. And there's no doubt that he's not better than any of these guys right away on day one. But if you like your offensive coordinator or your coach or your offensive line coach, isn't it about how they project over the next 5 years?
Of course.
Not how good they are in week 1.
Of course.
Because we've seen a lot of left tackles get swallowed up week 1 that end up having good NFL careers. Mm-hmm. It's about where they project.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, good God. I thought Jed Wills was pretty solid his first year. I thought that, obviously, I mean, Austin Corbett ended up having a career after he was a mess his first season. I mean, there's been guys who they pick it up the second time around. It's almost like quarterbacks anymore, where they pick it up the second place and they end up having a decent career, or they end up doing something great. 216-474-0092. I want to ask Brian Baldinger this coming up at 8:01. Coming up next, folks, 2-second trivia. Your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals, but you got to answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. You must be hanging on our every word, or you shall be lost. You got to know. Okay, you want to eat some Mr. Hero? This is your chance. 216-474-0092. Your chance to be eating some free Mr. Hero coming up in 5 minutes. 216-474-0092. 2-second trivia. Free Mr. Hero on the line in 5 minutes on The Fan.
Hear that? It's fast, friendly, clean.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Hey.
All right, so excited to be proctoring today or asking the questions. Wait, Ken, are you the proctor or am I the proctor?
I don't know which one it is. Just go ahead and ask him the damn questions.
All right, beautiful. This is near and dear to Ken's heart. What seed in the NCAA basketball tournament is Akron?
12.
Yes! Uh-oh, here we go.
First one out of the box. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan is in the barn. Dan, your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Lima. Take it away.
A lot of World Baseball Classic talk this morning. Which Guardians pitcher played for Panama? Didn't hear it.
It wasn't a real person's name.
I thought he said Dennis Eckersley.
Oh.
That was not true.
I think he said Esposo.
No.
Alvaro?
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Jack and Lorraine, home of the Titans. Jack, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking me into the barn.
Well, you're not in the barn yet. You got to get the first question
You don't
right.
just get to walk into the barn.
You don't even know how to play the damn game, do you, Jack? All right, Lima, take it away.
My wife asked me if I live in a barn. What did the Italian team do a shot of after every home run?
Lemon chop.
No, but I'd say good guess. They should have.
It was a really good guess.
They
and it'd be
should
more
have.
fun.
Yeah. Maybe they would have won.
It was a really good guess. James and Madison, home of the Blue Streaks. Jason. Oh, I messed that one up. Jason in Madison. Jason, are you ready?
Yep.
He sounds like it. Lima, take it away.
The Raiders have the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. Who is their head coach?
Actually, I'm drawing a blank on that one.
Is it John Madden?
No.
Patrick in
Nick Cage
Bedford.
is playing him in a movie.
Home of the Fighting Bearcats. Patrick, good morning.
Good morning.
Is that where Foreman Mills is? Because I was going to say Patrick in Bedford. Home of Foreman Mills. Patrick, are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's get it.
Lima, take it away.
March Madness started last night with a pair of games. It all concludes where? Where's the Final Four this year?
I have not a clue.
Well, at least he was honest. Ross in Bay Village, home of the Fighting Limas. Ross, are you ready?
Let's do it, boys.
Lima, take it away.
Speaking of the NCAA tournament, who are the defending champs? How quickly we forget.
Okay.
John Madden.
We are.
It's not John Madden, no.
We're in a dry spell. Jim and Wyndham, home of the Bombers. Jim, good morning.
Let's get him on the board. Let's go.
Let's roll.
Lima, take it away.
Who was victorious in this year's World Baseball Classic?
Venezuela.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim and Wyndham is in the barn. Jim, are you ready for your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals?
Let's throw some hay.
Lima, take it away.
This was news this morning. The NFLPA elected which former Cleveland Browns player as the new executive director?
I don't believe it was Jesus.
Jesus?
I think he would have had to come to Streetsboro. If you're out in Wyndham, I think the closest one to him might be the Streetsboro location right there on Route 14.
Not Wyndham Rogenberger.
Nope. No, he did not. How do you always find new ones? It really is, guys. Like it's a talent. It really is. Peter in Brunswick, home of the Blue Devils. Hello, Peter.
Hello, boys.
Peter, are you ready?
Show.
I'm ready. I'm looking for that Meteor right now over here in Brunswick.
Oh, my gosh. Lima, take it away.
What seed is Ohio State in the NCAA tournament?
They are the 9 seed.
Did he get it right?
No, I thought they were the 8.
I will find out. I don't know.
He didn't get it.
Either way, I'm not letting that through. You're a little.
Matt and Menor, home of the fighting Matt Grays. Matt, good morning.
I was more of a Gallagher guy than Asteroid, so let's do this.
There you go. See, the second Gallagher reference on the show today. All right, Matt, here we go. Lima, take it away.
Owen's more of a Gallagher guy with a sledgehammer. Which dominant pass rusher is back on his old team after a blockbuster trade was nixed?
Crosby.
Yes! Wow, under the gun. Here we go.
Right in the nick of time, ladies and gentlemen, Matt and Menor is in the barn. Matt, for your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero 4 times over, are you ready?
I'm craving it. Let's do this.
Lima, take it away.
It's Ken's favorite league. Which sports league last night came to a verbal agreement to avoid a work stoppage?
MLS.
Why do you make fun of me? Because I like that.
I didn't make fun.
Okay, yeah, you did that. You said it like that. Just to be honest, get your head out of your ass. It's 2026.
He showed me an Angel Reese highlight reel, and it was something else yesterday.
Who was Audie Crooks, the one who plays for Iowa State, the lack of defense.
She's a player.
Yeah, but she's got to play some defense,
no,
man.
Doesn't.
Yes, she does.
I watch her for the offense.
Brian in Mayfield Heights, home of the Wildcats. Brian, good morning.
How we doing? 4 seconds to Rogenberger glory. Let's go.
Here we go. It's the same thing I said on my wedding night. Lima, take it away.
Which Guardians reliever played for Italy in the World Baseball Classic?
And just like me on my wedding night, he didn't even perform. Seriously, I threw up all over the bathroom. My wife left me and went back to the apartment. Curtis in Geneva, home of the Eagles. Curtis, good morning. Here
we go.
Hey.
It's time for lightning round. Lima, take it away.
Which NBA team currently leads the Central Division? It's just nobody knows.
Curtis with his windows down in 16-degree weather.
Why do we have divisions?
Probably having a Pall Mall. Ted in Amherst. Ted, Lima, go.
Yes.
Go.
All right, you ready to go?
He's good. He's ready. Go.
Yes.
What am I doing in Dayton this weekend?
What the hell kind of question is that? Dave in Westlake, home of the Demons. Lima, take it away.
We're in the speed round. Who's the Buffalo Bills head coach?
I drew a blank on that, too. Chris in the truck.
Is it John Madden?
Home of the Bob Seger. Chris, Lima, take it away.
What broke the sound? I can't come
Just
up with
ask a different question.
A
There
Meteor,
you go.
he got it. Boom.
Boom. Woo. Boom. What a great show we've got going on here.
Boom. Tough acting tonight.
That's John Madden.
What a Richard Dawson we have over here. All right, take it away.
How are John Gross and Travis Steele related?
They're cousins.
Oh, jeez. No. Mike in Barberton, home of the chicken. Lima, take it away.
What former Ohio State basketball coach just retired?
Thad Matta.
Yes!
Mike's in the barn. Your chance to win the free Mr. Hero. Lima, take it away.
Indiana won the football national title. Who's their head coach?
Signetti.
I almost said Tom Crean. I
Got
swear to
him.
God, the first name that came to my head was Tom Crean. Mike, congratulations. You're a winner.
Thanks, fellas.
You're eating Mr. Hero. I got nothing. He said nice. I'm sorry. All right, Mike, I'm going to put you on hold.
Well,
I hit the hold button.
Chicken down
It's a hell of a choice. You got the chicken or the Mr. Hero, but to me, it's no choice. It's always going to be Mr. Hero. When it's cold outside, stay put. And let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash or order online for pickup. We're going to have it ready for you when you walk through the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. Coming up next, Brian Baldinger joins us. NFL Network. Baldy breakdowns. Should we go offensive lineman or should we go wide receiver at number 6? I'm going to ask a former offensive lineman that question in 5 minutes with Quincy Williams, new Browns linebacker at 9 on the Fan.
Feeling like you lost.
losing in the title game for the second straight time. Guardians last night in Goodyear beat the Reds 8-6. Guardians with 5 runs in the top of the 8th. Coming up this morning, 9 o'clock, it's new Browns linebacker Quincy Williams live right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m.
Let's get to that Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Draft just over a month away. Brian Baldinger joins us, former NFLer, Odyssey NFL Insider, currently NFL Network, Baldy Breakdowns on social media, Compass Media Networks. He's all over when it comes to the great game of football. It is Brian Baldinger. Brian, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Good to be with you. Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you. I feel like I'm setting this thing up to go the way I want it to go, but I'm going to ask a former offensive lineman. Browns are at 6 right now. The big question, I think this is the first real question Browns fans have to answer this entire offseason. Should they go with an offensive lineman, or should they maybe go with Carnell Tate, wide receiver out of Ohio State? What would you do?
Well, they need both. They need an offensive lineman. I don't know. I mean, DeJuan Jones has had a hard time staying healthy and staying on the field, and he's kind of probably your left tackle right now. But I think they need an offensive tackle, and they need a wide receiver badly. I don't think you go wrong with either one at number 6 right now. They got the 24th pick from Jacksonville last year. There'll be both an offensive lineman and a wide receiver that will be a good player at 24. So you could possibly use your first-round picks to take both a wide receiver and a tackle.
Have you been able to do much study on a guy like Monroe Freeling out of Georgia? Because he's a shot up the board. Like it seemed to be late first round. Like maybe he'd be there at 24 for the Browns, but since he is a pure left tackle, there's a lot of people going, man, they may reach for him and take him at number 6. Would you be comfortable with him at number 6?
I like Monroe Freeling. I mean, I actually watched him quite a bit this week. He's got the size. He's almost 6'8", and he ran really, really well. He's on his feet at Georgia. He's just not very strong. And you're going to have to just be – I think he's only 21 years old. I mean, he's going to get a lot stronger. If you're willing to be patient with him, I think he has the chance to be really good. But if you're saying, okay, we're going to take him number 6 and play him right away, I think Myles Garrett, in practice might destroy his confidence. But I mean, I do like him. It seems awfully rich though at 6, and I don't really pay much attention to mock drafts or where people are taking him, but he's going to get taken in the first round. I just think that his core strength has to get a lot better. You constantly see it. Like he just has to get, he's just a young kid that's athletic. I mean, I think you just have to be patient with him, but I think he could be a real good player.
Boy, that patience thing is so interesting. We're talking to Baldy right now on the hotline because if you're trying to be responsible, if you're trying to do this over the long haul, then that's why, you also at times want to see where guys project, right? It's not all about whether they can play the game week 1, but at the same time, you're trying to win games. They've had 2 straight really bad years, and you never know when jobs are going to be on the line, even with a new head coach. So how much of that is fair to factor in? Like how good someone will be day 1, especially on the offensive line compared to where they project?
Well, it's not fair to offense. It's not fair to any position. Last year, Mason Graham, Schlesinger, they were grown men right away, and they stepped in. They played at a really high level. But that doesn't always happen. I mean, this kid, that you're talking about, Monroe, I think he could be a good player. I don't know if he's going to be a great player because I know I know what he lacks right now. But, if he's got to work, I've never met him, but if he's got a work ethic and wants to be good, the weight room, there's a ton of things to do just to get ready for the season that he could get better at. And I think, a year from now, maybe we're talking about a starting left tackle and a good starting left tackle. But, you're going to have to – I just think there's a place to be patient, especially, in a place like Cleveland where they had a really good class last year and they all – most of the guys popped pretty good. This is a different position now. This kid could be really good. You just have to – you're just going to have to, send him to the strength coach and conditioning coach and let him go to work and, put him in the right training room table and the whole thing. And you might have yourself a really good player. But, if he doesn't develop in that area, I think he's going to struggle at times.
How much do you think about fit, Brian, when it comes to a pick anywhere in the NFL? Because, I hear about Monroe Freeling, and there sounds like there's great potential there. And it doesn't have to be him. It could be anybody. But when we're talking about potential and then we're talking about, the patience we're allowed to have, we have not been a very patient organization in years past.
Well, you're just talking about one particular player. There's other tackles, Caden Proctor can start for you right now. He'd be your best offensive lineman, but if you're willing to take that pick at 6, but there's guys that can step in and play that I don't think you have to be very patient with. So there's different body types. I think Monroe versus Caden. Caden is a grown man. I know him pretty well. Physically, I think he can handle the job really well. Monroe Freeling might have a higher ceiling though. So just because of how light he is on his feet and how well he runs and how he holds his weight and the whole thing. So you have to kind of project a little bit with all these guys, and what they can become. And then if they can become something really, really good, that's a question of, coming back to the patience part.
I'm always curious what someone like you thinks of wide receivers, because there's so many every year that are talented. Always seems like you can get really good wide receivers later in the first round, but the Browns are sitting at 6, and Carnell Tate would be a fan favorite instantly because the fans here in the region, they certainly know him at Ohio State, and he's probably the best on the board, but he also wasn't the best wide receiver at Ohio State. So how do you factor that in?
Well, not everybody has Jeremiah Smith, that they're playing with. So he looked like the best wide receiver in the country as a freshman. There's plenty of receivers. If you like Mekhi Lemon, I think he's a great, massive production. I don't know how good he is against the jam, and his releases seem to need some work. You can pick apart all these guys in some way, but Carnell probably is going to be the first receiver off the board just because of where he comes from, how clean a prospect he is, and how productive he's been. And now people want to pick apart how fast he is. Well, I don't know. When you look at a guy like, if you look at a guy that plays for the Rams right now, and you look at what he ran coming out of college, both receivers that came out of college, neither one of them ran a good time, but they're both great receivers. And so, I just think the question of can he produce, and really speed, I think, is secondary at that position. Can you catch the ball? Do you have great hands? You catch everything that's thrown. Can you play inside? Can you play outside? I think that's the most important thing. And Carnell really, does both those things.
Well, you mentioned the speed thing, and I thought it was comical to hear the debates that rang out after his 40 time and how maybe others had different 40 times because of them doing it by hand, and then it invited the question, why is any of this done by hand? Have you ever cared about the 40 time?
At times, yeah. At times, it can be important. The fastest wide receiver is never, ever the best wide receiver. You can just go through history. Carnell is, he's 190 pounds, and he ran a 4.53. That's not slow. Now, he ran a good 10-yard split. That's more important. He didn't run the shuttle. I like the shuttle time. I think is more important than the 40 time. Can you change directions? Can you change direction without losing speed? That's the art of being a great route runner. Is can you change directions without ever slowing down? I think, you look at the history of wide receivers at Ohio State, certainly when you look at, Garrett Wilson, he could do that. There's been a bunch of guys that could do that, and I think Carnell Tate's capable of that. That's what Emeka Egbuka did really well. He's a great route runner. Jackson Smith-Njigba, great route runner. Change speeds without ever losing any speed, or change direction without losing speed. Have a change of speeds. They've been well taught and well coached there for a long time.
Brian Baldinger joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I saw your breakdown of Kenyon Sadiq back on Monday. We brought him up about a month ago, and we got a lot of groans from a lot of fans because he has tight end next to his name, and a lot of fans love the current tight end going into his second year in Harold Fannin Jr. Tell people why they shouldn't be groaning about Kenyon Sadiq just because he's got tight end listed to his name.
Well, I thought they were groaning because he does have some drops. and I thought that's what they might be groaning by. I mean, you go back and watch the whole season of every time he was targeted, he probably has 4 or 5 drops. Where is that concentration? Is that bad hands? Is that what is that? But regardless, I mean, he's really, really smooth. He is, to me, he's a move tight end, a lot like Harold is. I don't know that he's a true Y, although he does block down the field very well. He is very strong, and he's not afraid to block. They didn't ask him to do that at Oregon very much, but when he is, in a move tight end and they're running sweeps and outside zones and he's got to block the force or the safety, he's very good at doing that stuff. And so I wouldn't groan. Like, that guy is a talented player. And, everybody's looking to add more speed to both their offense and their defense. I mean, speed makes up for a lot of deficiencies in other areas. And so his speed is noticeable. He does have a good burst, but he's very, very smooth. It looks like he just glides. Like when I saw him run his 40-yard dash at the combine, I knew it was in the 4.4s. I didn't know it was 4.39, the second one. But you could just tell that he was covering a lot of ground very, very fast without straining at all. It looked very natural and very easy for him. And that's kind of what you want in the open field, somebody that's just easy, fast. He just hits the turbocharge and, without really straining at all.
I have to simplify this question just because it is what it is to a lot of fans. Is Ty Simpson going to be good?
I don't know. Wasn't very – I mean, he looks like he's basically a third down receiver coming out of the backfield right now. I feel like that's his, strongest suit. I think he caught over 30 passes last year. As a runner. I'm sorry,
the quarterback out of Alabama.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I asked it quickly. And we're on,
yeah,
I'm sorry, we're on the phone. I apologize.
I just love that Baldy had something on Sampson.
I know, it's amazing. He does some ball. I'm sorry there. Because we're still looking for quarterbacks here.
You're talking about Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
Look, I just have a problem. Like, the kid has some good games, and he has a lot of good plays on tape. The guy started 15 or 16 games. He just hasn't played much football. He played 4 games in 2024, and then he played the season last year. He just hadn't played a lot of football. And I always am hesitant because there's just not many guys outside of, you could say there hasn't been many guys that played that few games and were great players at that position in the NFL. You just need – that's the big thing about it. If you just look at – you watch Arch Manning, first game against Ohio State, wasn't very good against Florida. You watch him at the end of the year against Texas A&M and the other teams, like he was awesome. All he did was improve. He just hasn't – I just felt like Ty Simpson needed a whole nother year like Arch Manning needed another year before they came out. Just give him another 13, 14 games, some playoff games, some championship games, and let him just see everything. Bad weather, bad fields, visiting crowds, like all that stuff. Undermanned against certain teams, and see how he competes. I just think he needs more seasoning before I kind of evaluate him. But if you're saying, okay, you're taking a project with that many starts right now.
All year, all I heard when it came to Caleb Downs was could be a generational safety. And now that everybody has a microphone and people are poring over the tape, they're saying, all right, really good, but not at 6 overall, especially when you need all the help on offense. Where are you on Caleb Downs?
I love Caleb Downs. He's a very, very good player. Generational, I don't know. Nick Emenwari, is he a generational? He's a really good player. Got him in the second round last year. He has unusual traits in how long he is, how fast he is. Caleb doesn't have those traits, but he's a really good player. The one thing about watching this Ohio State defense, I've seen so many games, like all of you, is that when you have that many great players at every position, at every step of your defense, the line, the linebackers, the safeties, like how many great plays do they even get a chance to make? Somebody else is already making it. Arvell's already made it, or Sonny's made it, or Lorenzo's made it. Somebody's already made the play. So you don't get a chance to make as many plays. Like if you watch Schlesinger last year in college, he made every play, but he was the best player on defense. And they didn't have a lot of other complementary players that were in his level. And then he just came in and did the same thing this year. But I'm saying a lot here about Caleb. somebody's going to be really happy with him. But generational, like, is that Derwin James? What is that? To become a generational player. There's just not a lot of them, And so I don't know if that's mean generational, mean one every 10 years you get a player like that. I don't know that he's that player.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Find him on Twitter at BaldyNFL, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Brian, thank you so much for the time. Hope to talk to you again soon.
My pleasure, guys. Anytime.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Brian Baldinger on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Boy, he went over one of the biggest questions that everybody has and every team has when it comes to drafting. We're always looking at right versus wrong, binary decisions. He's talking about projection versus where the players are at right now. And that is the biggest question everybody struggles with. And is that what the Browns should be looking at? Who should play and who's able to play on that offensive line tomorrow, or who could be really good for the next 5 to 10 years?
216-474-0092. I think that's a great question. Quincy Williams is going to join us at 9 o'clock. New Browns linebacker. How does he intend to help this Browns defense stay in the top 4 in 2026? Because that might make it a much more competitive team than what it was in 2025. And it sounded like Brian told us exactly what to avoid next month, which sadly sounds like everything you wanted. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, take us with you to work on the free Odyssey app.
part how fast he is. Well, if you look at a guy that plays for the Rams right now, and you look at what he ran coming out of college, both receivers that came out of college, neither one of them ran a good time, but they're both great receivers. I just think it's a question of can he produce, and really speed, I think, is secondary at that position. Can you catch the ball? Do you have great hands? You catch everything that's thrown? Can you play inside? Can you play outside? I think that's the most important thing.
Brian Baldinger with us, Odyssey NFL Insider. You see him on Twitter with the Baldy Breakdowns. You see him on NFL Network. You hear him on Compass Media Networks. Fantastic guest, and he's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So what he did, what makes him great, Lima, you said this during the break, is like, it's not like we live in a world, good, bad. Well, I don't want, use an example. I don't want CeCe Maunoa. I want CeCe Maunoa, but okay. Why not? He's bad. I don't want Ty Simpson. Well, he's bad. He doesn't look at it that way. It's what are you looking for? And then what can that player do to help fit what you're looking for? Plus, how good is he? There's varying degrees of that. I think you're right about that. I think Brian Baldinger's right about that. I mean, what he said also about Caleb Downs. Like, if you're on YouTube Live right now, or you're not on YouTube Live, get to YouTube Live. You can always rewind it, go back, watch it. What he said about Caleb Downs, that was eye-opening, Tone. Like, some of the stuff that people see, or don't see, I should say, about Caleb Downs is like, well, you got Sonny Styles there, you got Harvell Reese there, you got a decent offense or defensive line. Like, there's plays that he would make if he were in a different defense that he can't make because he has so many good players around him.
I think this is important, and it's one of the things I think as I've gotten older, I've tried to become more and more open-minded, because I used to come on after the NBA and NFL drafts and just blast away at, decision makers if they didn't take the guy I wanted. And now but the pool was small, right? Like, there were only like 2 guys I wanted in every draft. And if they didn't get them, I was losing my mind. And it's like, well, that's silly. If you're an NFL GM, you can't just like 2 guys. You have to like hundreds of guys. And
well, no,
even
according
the guys,
to media, Patriots only had 30 guys every year.
Well, then that was a very specific situation for them, and
things got out of hand.
It worked out until it didn't, and then when it didn't, it was but also the league kind of passed them by when it came to those evaluations. And I also think even the guys you don't want in the draft, you have to find good things in them, because when you're up, you're up. You have to take somebody.
Yeah.
And, later in the draft, you start really asking your assistant coaches questions and, hey, who could you work with? And you give those guys. We've heard those stories too. Like, all right, fine, I trust you on this one. We've all been in the war room together. I might not have the same thought on a player you do, but it's later in the draft, right? There's not as much, the stakes aren't as high, right? Yeah. Unless you're the Browns, you take 2 quarterbacks in the 3rd and 5th round. But either way, in this case, I do think the question a lot of Browns fans have to think about when it comes to offensive line, do you want a guy that's ready day one, or is it more important to see who has a greater potential to be really, really, really good? Because those might be 2 different guys.
I mean, I want a guy that's going to be really, really, really good. And if I got to go through the arguments of, if I got to go through the early season arguments, be a bust, not bust, whatever, I guess I have to do it. I can't just avoid awkward conversations with fans. I mean, there are players that you take and you avoid them for the most part, but there's a lot of guys that we're gonna have to argue it out about this. And I think there were a lot of people they're trying to find the perfect prospect at number 6, and it's frustrating because there is none. The last couple of drafts, there hasn't been that perfect prospect that we wanted to get into. Like, yeah, the Jaguars, they ended up going to the playoffs. Yeah, they took Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter got hurt, and I still want to know what they're going to do with the guy. Like, are they going to put him offense, defense? Like, we got solid Mason Graham, but I think Mason Graham, his best years are to come. You only get half a sack in that first year, or whatever it was. Your best years, I think, are years to come, because I think that defensive linemen age gracefully. Usually, they get into a rhythm as older defensive linemen. They get the tricks. They get bigger. They get stronger. They get faster. I think that Mason Graham will be able to take advantage of that. What I think that he kind of threw cold water on was some of the big projects that we've been discussing. Ty Simpson. When your answer starts with, I'm sorry, it's a red flag when I'm trying to change my franchise in the first round.
Right.
And when it came to Monroe Freeling, when he says all this, it makes you think twice.
I like Monroe Feeling. I mean, I actually watched him quite a bit this week. He's got the size. He's almost 6'8", and he ran really, really well. He's on his feet at Georgia. He's just not very strong. I think he's only 21 years old. I mean, he's going to get a lot stronger. If you're willing to be patient with him, I think he has the chance to be really good. But if you're saying we're going to take him number 6 and play him right away, I think Myles Garrett might destroy his confidence. But, I mean, I do like him. It seems awfully rich, though, at 6.
And I do. I think too much about the conversations that we have. I'm guilty of what I just accused everybody of. I get too worked up about the conversations that we have, but I remember sitting there with Deke and seeing Myles Garrett in his rookie season get to that plane where he was like 8 inches off the ground, chest completely horizontal with the ground, getting around everybody, making better linemen look not too great, making guys who have been better linemen looking not great. And I'm thinking about that going, man, Myles Garrett's at the peak of his powers right now, and I can see the tweets about Monroe Freeling struggling against Myles Garrett, and a lot of us going, yeah, well, one guy's a 2-time NFL MVP, a Defensive Player of the Year, and he's going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer and could be the best to ever do it. The other guy's a rookie. I think a lot of us will take that, and then a lot of us will go, yeah, Andrew Berry doesn't know how to draft offensive linemen. And we got ourselves another Jed Wills on our hand, and people are going to be freaking out, and we're going to have that fight. And I still can't be afraid of that because they could go ahead and they could take Spencer Fano and they could put him someplace and move people around, and we could be having the same argument. So I can't be afraid of the guy. I have to see how he's going to project. But when you're mentioning patience, I go, man, we live in an impatient world here. This is an impatient city, impatient franchise when it comes to this. We are trying to get this thing started now. You got 2 teams that have been good at being competitive very quickly. We have another team here that really tried to light that fire. It completely blew up in their face. We're trying to save it with Myles Garrett's career. Just mentioned him, Denzel Ward. Like, we got to get this thing going immediately. And when you say offensive lineman, people fart at it. And then when you say offensive lineman and patience, I'm not going to.
Well, that's why
it's
again,
you're giving me something that's impossible to sell.
Fans do not have watch parties for offensive linemen.
No.
To get excited about. And then if you tell them, hey, that offensive lineman's not going to start week 1, he's not ready. You're talking about
at
the
6
worst
overall.
You're talking about the worst. We just had what record?
At 6 overall.
We just had a scratch and claw with 2 wins at the end of the year. Got out of the Fernando Mendoza sweepstakes for an offensive lineman. I understand that's going to be the sentiment from a lot of fans.
I look at these guys, like I look at CeCe Malinoa, I look at Spencer Fano, and I say each of these guys started 3 years. They got experience. They've been through the slings and arrows of guys who, when they started out their careers, bigger, faster, stronger than them, they met that, they exceeded that, they became better football players for it. Yes, they each have their little things. They each have their little problems that they have. Like one of the things you're going to hear about CeCe Malinoa is that, he leans too much. One of the things about Spencer Fano, one of the things that they say about him is he's a little too lean in the chest. Whatever that means, I think they want more of a barrel-chested offensive lineman. They all have their little bugaboos. But when I look at those guys, I go, man, I got experience coming out the wazoo. I got guys who know what to do with their hands. I got guys who know what to do with their feet. I got guys who are fast enough with it. And maybe Monroe Freeling will get there, but he's so damn young. And when you're saying, oh, Myles Garrett could destroy his confidence, like, no, I don't need that. I don't want that. I don't want that to happen right now. If you wanted to take him later on, fine. And I hope that we're talking about him in the same sense, because I'm telling you right now, maybe I would kick it around if he ended up being there at 20 and you wanted to make a move. I could kick it around if he ended up still there at 24. But when you take a guy at number 6, it's like, that guy's going to start week 1. Okay, no matter who you're playing. That guy's going to play. And if he plays and you set him up for disaster, considering how we're seeing offensive linemen right now, it's going to be hard to get him back to where I want him to be in a Browns uniform. That's my fear. So I do need to mix that with guys who are more ready to start now. Or maybe you just think I'm talking out of my ass. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Quincy Williams is going to join us on the show. New Browns linebacker, some pointed questions about how he's going to change the way that we see this defense, even though it's still one of the best defenses in the NFL. And I got some I don't have them. I have to tell you something, that there are some alarming facts concerning our Donovan Mitchell right now, even after a win last night. That's in 5 minutes on The Fan.
Store.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Just over 15 minutes away. I was going to say 20. No, we're getting closer. Quincy Williams is going to join us on the show. Brand new Browns linebacker. All right, I got a lot of questions to ask him about him because there was a lot of things that were said about him that it was just like great locker room guy, great teammate, this, that, you know. I can't find anybody to say anything negative about the guy. Anywhere. Outside of, I mean, Cleveland's Cleveland, but I mean outside anywhere, everybody loves him. Also, do you want to ask him who he would take at number 6?
Oh, I think we got to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Look at you smiling. What are you smiling
it's
about?
Just, I know that there's always the diplomatic answer, but when someone's been in the NFL for a little bit.
Yeah, maybe they'll just say, you know what?
Throw that out the window.
Boy, if he says Ty Simpson, I'm going to duck. I'm going to duck, and we're just, I don't know, we might just do the show for the rest of the day after that because there's going to be definitely some people who are interested in that. I don't think he's going to say that. Okay, so I brought this up right before the break. You have some alarming figures when it comes to Donovan Mitchell. Cavs won last night, but you got some alarming figures. By the way, the Cavs conversation brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who ask you to please enjoy that hard iced tea responsibly.
Well, I don't know how much to read into stuff like this, but when it's multiple years, you're not dealing with as small a sample size. But this is the second consecutive year, and I think people noticed when they're watching the game last night that Donovan Mitchell hasn't looked like Donovan Mitchell at this time of the year. Now, the reason I say I don't know how much to read into it is because what have we seen from Donovan in the playoffs? We've seen these out-of-body experiences, 40-plus, 50-point games, and there's only a handful of guys in the NBA that are capable of doing that in the playoffs. Like, people realize that, right? Like, there aren't a ton of guys. No. It's not like, while we see some crazy scoring marks, Bam Adebayo is not going off for 50 in a playoff game.
Oh. I was going to say, went for 83
went for
against
80.
a not a very good basketball team. I mean, you got to give him
I
credit.
think he scored 70 against us in the playoffs last year in 4 games. But either way, Donovan is somebody who takes his game to another level come playoffs. Mm-hmm. But in doing so, there's part of it's not a great thing, is that when you're a one-man show in the playoffs, it's really hard to go deep into the playoffs, which Donovan, I think, has figured out. And that's why he is welcomed adding to this team, taking some of the responsibility off his hands, allowing other guys to get in rhythm, and most importantly, making sure his legs are where they need to be come postseason. Because we've seen with the groin and with the calf, like he's had stuff, and yet on one leg can still drop 40. Like, it's incredible what a marvel he is. I say all that to tell you it's the second straight year where his numbers are starting to not only dip, but almost downright plummet come February into March. And it happened last year. Happened with Darius last year, too. Mm-hmm. Part of that was they officiated the games differently last year. I don't know if people remember, but they all of a sudden started calling it like a playoff game, allowing more physicality. I don't know if that's necessarily the case this year. It seems to be a little more even. But he's gone from 29 points a game, almost 30, before February to, over the last 15 games, 21.8. His field goal percentage.
This is over just this last year, or are you talking about?
His, he went from 28.3 to 24.9. His field goal percentage went from 48.3 to 46. The three-point has taken a nasty dip. It has gone from 38 to 28. So that is a 10% dip, and he's taking 2 less threes a game. So you wonder, is he starting to lose confidence? Or is
What's his minutes?
His minutes are similar. They're about the same. It hasn't changed.
So is this a usage thing?
Well, I wondered about that. It doesn't seem like the usage is all that different. So the ball's in his hands just as much. But he's not knocking down the threes, and that's going to be a big part of his game. He settles a lot, but I'm always okay with that in the regular season. Settle, because going to the basket is where you sustain the wear and tear. That's where you sustain the damage. And I'm not bickering on a nightly basis, especially in March, if he's settling for threes. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is him Euro-stepping his way around traffic in the lane. That's how injuries happen. And also, like I said, wear and tear. You only got so many jumps in those knees every year.
What's his field goal attempts a game? Now I'm getting into the. I'm trying to find a reason, guys. I'm not trying to bog it down. Okay, I got to know because it's been my opinion and maybe not necessarily fact that he's had to play hero ball each of the last couple of years for this basketball team. Now Jared Allen is out, and this might highlight.
It's gone down 3.
It's gone down 3
again. Pre-All-Star, post-All-Star.
Okay, but I'm talking about
shooting a little bit less.
Okay, so because I that's what I've been wondering here. Now is this includes this year, right? That's what you're saying.
This is 2 straight years it's happened.
All right, because I'm wondering about everybody's talking about defense, and I'm going, well, you got James Harden, who looked better.
He was awesome last night.
He had a great month of February, but I thought that Jared Allen immediately looked better with James Harden on the basketball floor.
He did.
It might highlight how underrated Jared Allen is. Because now it was a knee knock. You get knee tendonitis from a knee knock? I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I'm just asking. Like now he's
going to miss at least 8 games.
Now because he's missing the next 2 of this road trip. And we got 13 games left to go in the season. So there's a small ramp-up period, and then we're off and headed to the postseason. We're off to serious basketball here. I just don't want to have happen what's happened in the past where Donovan ends up having to be a ball hog because they make him be a ball hog. I know that that's a terrible term, but I had to use it. James Harden should change that. But if you don't have the same type of help inside, I still think it's a better basketball team if you have a player like Jared Allen, who has always overperformed his contract here, and Evan Mobley. I don't think I can count on Evan Mobley to do it all right now. Does anybody else out there feel that way, feel differently about me? Who has faith in Evan Mobley is going to be able to carry this load by himself?
Okay, no, not by himself.
Okay,
never.
So if there's not that help with Evan Mobley, that is going to affect James, and that's certainly going to affect Donovan Mitchell.
I'm telling you, Evan has stepped up his game, and he's identifying more opportunities when he has a mismatch, when other teams don't really have a big that can guard him. He has found some success in the paint. And look, this is going to be important. We know it can't just be Harden and Donovan to make a deep run. That might get him past the first round, right? But then in the second round, when you're going up against potentially whether it's the Knicks or Detroit, God forbid Boston, like you're going to need more than that. And they're going to need Evan Mobley because there really isn't a lot in the way of personnel that can match up against him for everything that he's capable of. We just don't see him put it all together all that often. And we're talking about getting nasty when they need to be calling for the ball, planting his ass inside the paint when he's got a mismatch, and finishing. I have seen a lot more of that over the last month from Evan.
It's something I want to pay attention to going into next week. I know that you have tomorrow and Friday off, so I want to make sure that we get back to this coming up here tomorrow, Friday, and obviously going into next week here as we start to get ramped up towards the postseason. Coming up here in just about 7 minutes, Quincy Williams, brand new Browns linebacker. Again, I can't find anybody to say anything negative about the guy throughout the entire NFL. We got ourselves another good one. Maybe he's an Anthony Walker Jr. type player. This guy's an off-ball linebacker. I know him and his brother, well known. I do know his family. We'll talk to Quincy Williams, new Browns linebacker, coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan.
Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics for Dr. Aaron.
Live right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, we are out to Quincy Williams. We'll be getting him as soon as we possibly can. I promise you that. Or it might get stiffed. We'll find out. Hopefully we'll get him. I mean, it happens. What are you going to do? But hopefully we'll get him. I was just talking about, I had a friend. This is the last chance I get to talk to you today. I'll get back to the quarterback, or I'll get back to the offensive line thing here in a second. I had a friend who asked me about my Final Four. Did you fill yours out yet?
No.
You're not going to.
No, I'll be handling that this weekend.
You're not going to do it. I know you. You're not going to fill it out.
That tournament starts before this weekend.
Do you fill out a Final Four or not?
I am actually doing one right now because there is a company-wide one that I got enough emails about.
No, I'm not getting. No.
Let me investigate.
I already lost the, what was it? The, not Shamrock search. Is that what it was? Or Leprechaun search?
I guess 37.
Shamrocks. I guess
you were way off.
69.
You actually wrote a number down and put it in? That's what I did. I just wrote 37 and put my name in.
A number and put it in there too.
It was 81.
It was 81.
Damn. You wrote 69?
Yeah, did anybody...
You know what number I wrote down?
How many guys just wrote 69?
67?
69.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I'm in my 40s. I wrote 69.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why we did. That's exactly why we did it.
What is the dumbest reason you've ever picked a Final Four? I shouldn't say dumb because technically the one guy who did it that I'm about to talk about is a boss of mine.
I always took it seriously, but
I don't know how to take it.
I always thought when it came to game theory and strategizing, trying to win a pool, especially with a bunch, I'm like, well, if I just pick the team that everybody else picks to win, I have to nail everything else. I have to be exceedingly good. And I'm like, yeah, that's just stupid in the tournament. I'm never going to assume I'm going to be exceedingly good. Yes. So I would never pick any of the favorites to win. I would always think, I'd do a lotto ticket, basically, but always pick a team that I didn't think everybody else would pick to win. That way I knew that if they won, I would have a really good shot to win it all.
That's not a bad reason. I had a friend of mine, technically a boss. He asked me my Final Four. And I was going to do it off the top of my head. I had to do it off the top of my head with him yesterday. I actually have it in front of me. My Final Four is Duke, Houston, Gonzaga, Iowa State. I have Houston beating Iowa State in the championship game. He picked St. John's because of Coming to America. The movie Coming to America. That's who he picked. And I went, well, that's a hell of a reason to do so. We are waiting on Quincy Williams here. He will join us here hopefully momentarily. I have to ask, coming up at 9:22, I got to ask why you don't like these guys anymore. I want to know what changed. I put out an alarm bell for some people yesterday. I don't want to say I got the results I wanted. I didn't want these results. I was surprised. I'll tell you about these results coming up later in the show. However, we brought this up earlier today. This is really, to me, the first serious discussion we have had about the offseason. Like bringing in free agents, that's a conversation to have, but free agents are free agents for the most part for a reason. I want to see, I'm not saying that this offensive line is going to suck. I have no idea. I'm going to wait to see what we see, and then I'll react with the rest of you guys. Because there is such a thing as the Bears and what they did last year and what they ended up doing with free agency. Now, they had a quarterback that had to run for his life every time. He could make plays on the fly like that. However, you still have an organization that had to make changes because they were forced to do it. I'm not going to blame the offense. I'm not going to sit there and rail on the offensive line right now. But the question is, the biggest question to me is whether or not you go O-line or wide receiver at number 6, specifically Carnell Tate. Now, there's a reason why you bring this up. You bring in Carnell Tate, I think everybody gets excited. I think the fans go nuts, not just because he's a former Buckeye. He's a wide receiver. Yes, being a Buckeye plays into it because you watch more Ohio State than you do any other college football team. So, of course, you've seen more Carnell Tate. So you would have a strong – I've seen strong opinions on Buckeyes being bad because they went to the draft and you guys didn't like them, so it can work on the other end. Most Buckeyes are really good. You might have that feeling. If you take – to me, if you take Monroe Freeling, I'm going to hold my breath and go, oh, boy, I hope these measurables work out. If you take an offensive line, I think it's just a lot like Mason Graham last year where a lot of people go, great. Okay, another building block towards the future.
Which is funny. That's exactly what fans did, and that turned out to be a pretty good pick.
And I kind of want it to be that way because what Albert Breer said yesterday, I think makes a lot of sense, even though you guys are going to hate hearing it.
It feels to me like they're treading water to some degree. I don't know. Like, do you guys not feel that way? I think it's year one, and I don't know if this is going to be a throwaway year, but I would put them in the bucket of teams that is probably bridging to 27 when it comes to quarterback. You know, there with teams like the Jets and the Cardinals, Dolphins. They're probably like just trying to see their way through that. I don't know if this makes sense as being the year when you want to go splurge on a lot of different things anyway. Now, I would question, like, you know, you lose Wyatt Teller today. You know, Joe Bitonio is a free agent still. So you're going with Kevin Jenkins at guard. I mean, it's just, I don't know if they've gotten demonstrably worse, but have they gotten a whole lot better? I wouldn't say that's the case either.
Well, I'm about to pour cold water over everybody, and I'm sorry. I guess this makes me a Phelpsian disciple here. I'm fine with treading water this year. 216-474-0092. Call me any word you want to that we can play on air. I'm fine with just.
Would you have
what
said
Albert
that?
said is what I'm thinking, and he finally said it out loud for me. I'm fine for treading water.
Would you have said that you're fine with it, and would Albert Breer have said it was treading water if they would have gotten either Malik Willis or Kyler Murray? Would we have changed our tune on that?
Why would he have said they were treading water if they got Malik Willis or Kyler Murray?
No, that's what I'm saying. Would he?
Well, I don't know. If they went and they traded for, if they went and signed Malik Willis and then traded away any of the weapons that they might have, like if they would have just traded away Harold Fannington. Why did the Dolphins trade away Jalen Waddle? I know they get a first-round pick. The pick's at 30, right?
Yeah.
The pick's at 30? Okay. All right. So are they tanking or are they not tanking? What are the Dolphins doing? Anyway, sorry. I'm fine. They didn't go out and they didn't get the quarterbacks. You didn't have a choice in the quarterbacks. They weren't coming here. They didn't want to be here. I'm fine with just treading water. Which is, boy, doesn't it sound like my motto for 2025, make it forgettable?
But you don't think Willis would have wanted to play for Monken?
2026 Cleveland Browns. Let's tread the water. Make it forgettable.
Well, and Breer's not the only one who said that. We played the Robert Mays audio from the day before, and even though some people are out there that thought, hey, they did a really good job addressing what was a horrendous situation with the offensive line, just adding those players doesn't solve the offensive line, meaning just adding the players they did doesn't make the offensive line great. They're going to have to coach them up. They're going to have to add to it in the draft. They have the coach to do it, right? We think between Monken and their new offensive line coach, right? Don't we feel better about it with Warhol?
We do. I feel better about George Warhol because of what we've been told. Yeah.
Like, look, when they go get receivers, when they go get, if it's Carnell Tate and they trade for somebody, you know, that could be a wide receiver 2 or whatever, or maybe used to be a wide receiver 1, we'll say they fixed the wide receiver room. But just adding the offensive lineman they added, that didn't fix the offensive line. That just made it so they had an offensive line.
I mean, if you felt, though, I understand what you just went over, but I'm just going over my own psyche here because you guys can't accuse me. Like, there's things that, yes, I get very emotional about, and I have to walk back every now and then. But, boy, you can't accuse me of lying to anybody because if I just wanted to put on a show and I just wanted to be entertained, I'd be screaming for wide receivers at 6 and 24 and everywhere else. I would have been screaming for quarterbacks. Guys, I am tired of the craziness. I want to give Shedeur a fair shot. We'll see where it goes. I'm not interested in any of the other quarterbacks out there. I'm ready to rip up my sheet. I know we have the fine Zach Jackson from The Athletic who's out in State College watching you-know-who out there in Penn State, which there's other great players at Penn State, but, of course, he's watching a local young man over there, and we'll get his opinion on that hopefully next week. I just want to keep my head down, man. just let's tread some water here. Get me another draft of good, solid picks. Get me a nice offensive lineman at 6. If you want to take a wide receiver at number 24, go ahead and knock yourself out. We'll talk about that. If I can get 3 more starters on this football team, offense, defense, whatever it may be, I think I'm going to be pretty satisfied. I don't want to fire Todd Monken. I know I'm going to sound a lot different coming up in November if it goes the way I think it's going to go. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just don't want to do with any of the craziness. I don't want to do with any of the craziness. I don't want to do with any of the psychosis. I don't want to be all red-faced and crazy like I've been in the past. Just let's keep our head down, and as Albert said, let's just tread water. Boy, that's the most boring sentence I think I've ever said, other than when I've ever talked NASCAR
well,
to you
here's
guys.
a couple things that can happen when you're treading water, though, and I think this is obviously what the Browns are hoping for. And I also think, by the way, it's what the Dolphins are hoping for with Malik Willis, is that, hey, they didn't put all their assets and all their resources and their thought companionship. They didn't throw all that into Shedeur Sanders, or to a much lesser extent, as it's played out over the last year, to Dylan Gabriel. They didn't do that, but if Shedeur's just awesome this year, and linking him with Monken and adding to the wide receiver room and changing over the offensive line, if Shedeur becomes really good, well, then you're done treading water. Then it's a different story. I mean, who knows? Then they might even make a deal at the trade deadline. Like, then it changes things. And I think a lot of NFL teams actually operate like that, where they don't necessarily plan on going for it or moving the ball ahead substantially given their cap situation or their aging out of a roster. But, you can stumble on it. It does happen in the NFL.
Well, you can tread water into being a competitive, organized organization again. You can do that, man. Like, I'm not saying to just go out there and lose and just try to be boring while losing. I just said, give me some more starters. That doesn't mean Carson Schlesinger can have another great year. Dylan Sampson and Quinshon Judkins could take another step. I mean, there's so many good things that can happen with this football team this year. And if you get to 7-8 wins, you can keep your head down, get to 7-8 wins and go, hey, I feel a lot better about the offensive line. I feel a lot better about this young offensive lineman we got. Maybe they do take Kenyon Sadiq at number 24 overall. I know he's got tight end next to his name, but they split him out wide out there in Oregon. And Brian Baldinger just told us about. Like, there's certain things that they can do to maximize just becoming a competent football team again for everybody. There's so many options that they can run. So if they have those options for them, can they or can they not just quote-unquote tread water? What's the matter with being a solid franchise and just letting us catch our breath and find who can stay and who can go in 1 year? Can we do that? Is that such a terrible thing? I don't think it is. It's boring. When I lay it out there, it's a very boring premise. I know I'm supposed to be entertaining you guys. I know I'm supposed to be saying wild stuff. But if I don't feel it, I ain't going to say it. It ain't going to happen. Let's go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, new Browns linebacker Quincy Williams joins us on the show. Quincy, thanks for joining us.
What's good, man? Talk to me, don't lie to me.
It's wonderful to talk to you. Why does everybody say wonderful? There's nothing bad anybody has said about you this entire process. Last year, we talked about you. This year, we're talking about you now that you're with the Cleveland Browns. Everybody has said wonderful, great things about you. Why?
I'm just being a good person, man. Just living life. I don't know, man. So I just live life. That's it. Keep it 8 more than 92. That's all I can say, man.
Keep what?
Keep it more than.
Oh my God! 8 more than 92.
You got to do a little math. I'm
not good at math.
Quincy, we tried to do science. We tried to do science earlier. We couldn't figure out whether our lives were in jeopardy yesterday with the boom. Were you around? Are you in Northeast Ohio? Did you hear that noise go off?
No, I didn't, but I did see some news on it. I'm in Miami right now.
Did you hear anything in Miami about the meteor going? Did you hear when the meteor hit? Did you hear anything? People said they heard it all up and down the East Coast.
No, I didn't.
So what are you doing down in Miami?
Really just training, hanging out with the fans before I had to go back up there in that cold.
Quincy Williams joining us on the show.
Quincy, it hardens you. Trust me. Over time, it hardens you. It just takes a little getting used to it.
He played in New York. It's pretty cold in New York.
Man, I was just in New York. You feel me? I was in New York, but during the off season, I like to get that sun in, that vitamin D.
What led you to the Cleveland Browns over the off season, Quincy?
My boy Rudy.
Oh, did we drop? Do we have a?
I've been keeping my eyes on there.
Oh, we have a misconnection here. Are you there? We lost you for a second. Are you there, Quincy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
But,
I'm sorry. What led you to the Browns?
Oh man, my defensive coordinator. The defensive coordinator Rudy, a good friend of mine, and then also my linebacker coach when I came into the league at 2 teams, and then on top of that, just seeing a top 5 defense, man, just want to be a part of that.
For you, what do you think you add to this defense? You just mentioned a top 5 defense, but they wanted you. What do you add to this group?
Number one, pride. That's the biggest thing. Then the celebration, the atmosphere, the energy of the game, and then on top of that, the leadership. I know we got my boy, Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I'm excited about that, so I get to play next to him and then also learn from him, and then also teach him some few things because he picked up on things early in the league. So I'm excited about that.
Boy, you used
to talk to him during honors.
Yeah, you used a term to describe the defensive coordinator. You called him your friend. There's a lot of players that do not consider their coaches or whether it's their position coaches or coordinators their friend. Oh, could you open up about that bond, how that happens and how that works, that dynamic?
When I first met him, he asked me what I wanted. And, it's kind of crazy. Most times you hear a coach, he tell you what he wants from you, and I paid you to come here. But when I first met Rudy, he asked me what I wanted out of this game. What did I want from the team? And I told him I wanted to be all-pro. I told him I wanted to be the best linebacker in the league. So he said, all right now, so everything I do moving forward, everything I tell you, that's in mind. So don't get mad at me or don't lash out at me because you told me what you want. So everything I tell you moving forward is going to be to get to that goal. And then 2023, I got the all-pro nod. So that was basically me trusting him because he said it, and I got the all-pro nod. So then when he called me Monday and said the same thing, like, yo, do you trust me? You want to go all-pro again? And I said, yeah. So it was just a trust thing. So I came to the Browns with him.
I mean, the fact that he had a chance to mention you early on, normally don't see that, through an NFL offseason when all these coaches, all these decision makers, they don't like to reveal too much. And I don't know if you're in on the betting markets or anything like that, but once your name got mentioned by the new defensive coordinator, it's like, all right, maybe there's a good chance he actually ends up here, and here you are.
No, I ain't no bet, man. I believe in myself. I bet on myself if anything.
Quincy, what can you tell us? Not a lot of fans know Mike Rutenberg outside of his introductory press conference. Jim Schwartz was a very popular figure here. He might have a bit of an uphill battle with the fan base. Can you tell us why we should trust Mike Rutenberg as fans?
I know things you'll have to see. Number one, the talk is talk, bro. But don't nobody really care about it when they until the ball get kicked off anyway. So we can talk all we want, but I can tell you right now, and I trust him. And you can watch my game. He's the reason why my game also has been taken off too, though. You can just see the progress from when I first got into the league and I didn't play linebacker at all until I got to the NFL, and I'm an all-pro linebacker, and I've been playing in the league at the top level, coming from Murray State, a small division school, not knowing a lot of linebackers. He basically taught me everything. So, and I'm hard-headed. So if you can teach me, I feel the most confidence he's able to teach everyone.
You're going to be playing with and watching a lot of in front of you Myles Garrett get after the quarterback. He just sets the sack record.
I'm excited about that one right there.
Yeah, so, when you break down, I know you guys always talk about these things, best players at each position or whatever. Was Myles always number one, or has it just been made obvious over the last few years?
Always been number one. Glad I say side of the ball with him because now I'm a big part of that report that we get. Not always us seeing him would be like, all right, we're gonna be on the field a little bit longer. So now I get to be off the field a whole lot longer now. So it's the opposite now.
Quincy, who was the better ball player growing up? Was it you or your brother?
My brother is the better ball player. I was the most athletic, though.
Okay, how does that translate? You were the most athletic. He's the better ball player. So was it a natural head for the game that Quinnen had, or which one is it?
Yeah, it's the knowledge of the game and actually just the love of the game. So he actually studied the game, broke it all the way down. He probably know all of the trees, probably college trees and everything, bro. So he's more like the knowledge of the game. I actually started playing football just to get a connection with him because I was a junior Olympic swimmer and he played football. I actually didn't play football until I was like 10 almost.
You were a swimmer?
Yeah, Junior Olympic.
What was the event? Was it back? I have no idea about swimming.
Medley, freestyle. You talking about some bench? Hold on now. It was sprint medley, freestyle. I hated butterfly, but breaststroke was my go-to. Freestyle, breaststroke, hated butterfly.
I really just float. By the way, thank you for answering the question about your brother.
That's my two truths and a lie.
I gotta thank you for answering the question about your brother. You'll find out I'm a very insecure person, and I messed up 2 coaches who were brothers last week, and I've been paying for it ever since. So I wanted to prove to everybody that I knew that you and Quinnen Williams were brothers. Quincy, if you had the Browns pick at number 6 overall, who would you choose?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Whoever they choose, though, I'm confident in their choice, and then whoever they bring into their locker room, I'm gonna make sure I get my arms around them and make sure you feel welcome, though.
Does an offensive guy like you, did they prioritize, getting more in on their side of the ball? Because obviously there's like Caleb Downs at Ohio State was amazing, but then again, are you like, well, I want a more balanced team, so I would love that team.
I want a more balanced team, if anything. I'd go for somewhere on the offensive side.
So wow, he's down with offense.
That's so Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State, that's your guy?
With the offense. I like that.
I really just want to try to put words in your mouth to say that you want the Browns to take Carnell Tate.
I'm leading the witness here. Sorry about that. Hey, Quincy, I do want to ask, now you've been involved in an offseason, a few different times here, and there have been some big things happening in the NFL, and like we talked about a voided trade that went down last week that was the talk of the NFL. Like, how much do you pay attention to that stuff and physicals and how that goes down? And do you think that's wrong, how the NFL can rescind a massive trade like that and you could be at the whims of a physical?
I don't really have much to say about that, though. But one thing I do know, as far as like the Max Cosby thing, I don't really know what the take was on it, though. But it did make sense for me at first until I got like some actual explaining, though. But yeah, man, I'm probably just gonna keep my comment on that.
Yeah, I was just looking for you to rip. The Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, I was looking for you to rip somebody.
I'm gonna keep my comment on that.
Just go off. Hey, anytime you go off on a division rival, fans are gonna love that. They're gonna love that in the dog pound.
You feel me?
Quincy, what can you say?
I'm in uncharted waters right now.
Well, you can swim in it. He's very depth.
Let me fill out the land first. I don't want to make no new enemies, and I just got in here.
Okay, I'll tell you this. All you have to do, you got to rip Pittsburgh, you got to rip Baltimore. I don't think we care that much about Cincinnati. Cincinnati seems to hate us more than we don't even really think about them. And also, you got to mention the dog pound when you're here. Did they tell you to mention the dog pound? I'm sure they did.
Yeah, I'm the biggest dog. I had to mention the dog pound.
Of course you did. Yes. What do you tell Browns fans what you bring to the table here? I know you mentioned leadership. I know you mentioned locker room. How can Browns fans know that they can trust you here with this football team and this defense?
Man, practice my celebration, man. If y'all don't know it now, it's going to be used a lot during the season, so get ready for it. It's called a Hayukin. It's from Street Fighters, and it's basically an uppercut.
We know that,
get ready for that. Big hit.
What is it? Hold on.
I'm bringing the big hits in New Year.
I always thought it was, Quincy, I always thought it was Hadouken, like the Hadouken. Is that what you're saying, or what is it?
Hayukin.
Hayukin. All right, I'm going to have to look that up during the break. Tone, go ahead.
I'm watching it right now. What was the first thing you did when you heard it was Cleveland? What did you need to know about Cleveland immediately?
I needed to know what is it to do there, number one. just because I'm real big in the community and stuff. I do a lot of community work and stuff like that. So my biggest thing is connecting with on the field. So entertaining fans on the field, got to ball out. And then on that, connecting with fans off the field, just seeing what the environment is about and where am I actually playing at, because I'm fighting for the dog pound. So I need to know who actually is the dog pound that I'm fighting for every Sunday.
Okay. There's also, I tend to sit in the upper regions of the stadium. The dog pound is a wonderful area. They're wonderful people. Browns fans are wonderful people. It's a big, small city, which means that, like, if you went walking around in New York for 5 years, like, I don't know how many people are going to notice football players compared to, like, the New York Yankees. Here, if you go walking around a discount drug mart, I'm telling you right now, people are going to be watching everything you do and wondering if they can go up and shake your hand.
Okay, then.
And you sound approachable, so I think everybody's going to be just fine.
Have you texted?
Yeah, I'm approachable, but don't get it confused.
Not while he's eating. Just don't bother him while he's eating. Have you been in contact with Shedeur or Deshaun Watson or Dylan Gabriel or any of the quarterbacks?
No, not right. Not at the moment. I really just signed, so I really just been getting home, trying to get everything moved. So when we report April 6th, I'm ready.
Well, Quincy, we can't thank you enough for the time. Enjoy your off season. I know you're working out. We're looking forward to seeing you up here during OTAs.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Quincy Williams, new Browns linebacker, joining us here on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Outstanding. 216-474-0092. We'll be right back. I got something to break down coming back next. Ken Carman, Tone Master General, Quincy Williams on the Fan.
I paid you to come here. But when I first met Rudy, he asked me what I wanted out of this game. What did I want from the team? And I told him I wanted to be All-Pro. That was basically me trusting him because he said it, and I got the All-Pro nod. So then when he called me and said the same thing, like, yo, do you trust me? You want to go All-Pro again? And I said, yeah. So it was just a trust thing. So I came to the Browns with him.
Quincy Williams with us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Outstanding. Outstanding. Looking forward to having him in Cleveland, OTAs, and seeing him in person and talking to him in person. That's a fantastic personality right there. Adding to the defense. Does it sound to me like they're going to continue, which when they're a top 5 defense, there's not a problem with it. But, we started great. Then what were they? 12th or 13th at one point in the middle, in the second year. And then they got back to top 5. When they're doing really well, the choreography is great. People love it. The defense. Because I think a lot of people were able to separate the defense from the offense and going, okay, I'm so upset with the offense. If the defense wants to go ahead and do the dance, and the defense can go ahead and do the dance, and that's fine. Go right on ahead. The defense is that good. It sounds like dancing is staying. It sounds like celebrating big plays. Choreography may stay.
I think fans are okay with that as long as they're still...
If it's still the dominant defense that we know, I think fans are okay. I think they've made that delineation between the offense, the defense, the special teams. Like, I think that they've done... Year 2, it was like, okay, you guys are more closer to the middle of the road now. Maybe you're not allowed to do it. It got on some people's nerves. Plus, they only won 3 games that year. But this last year, yeah, they only won 5 games, but nobody blamed the defense. If anything, I think people had a lot of sympathy for the defense. So is it...
Well, they want an attitude. And so with a defense, like offense, like, yeah, you celebrate when you score touchdowns. But outside of that, let's not get carried away unless you can't be like bottom 3 offense in the league and out there hooting and hollering and letting people know and trash talking. Like, that's never going to win fans over. The way on defense, that's an attitude. And I think, when you're defensive coordinator before Jim Schwartz, he promoted it, and this new defensive coordinator, it's pretty clear. When you got players calling him a friend, I mean, I think that tells you that this guy's going to be an emotional presence.
So this is what's interesting here. And we've talked about I'm going to sound like other guys, but when we brought in Mike Pettin here, what you look at him for? What, you just think I sound like somebody else right there? When we brought I know who I sounded like. When we brought Mike Pettin in here, we always talk about, brought in Jim Leonard, brought in Jim Dre, who's a coach now, I think. Brought in the guys, bring in their guys. And this is a defensive coordinator. He's not well known by a lot of fans. Like, there's some fans who knew him, but a lot of general fans. And plus, you're replacing a guy, fair or unfair, that I'm willing to use the term beloved with some of the fan base. I mean, some people
they want him to get the job.
Love Jim Schwartz and wanted him to be. Well, I got to a point where I was comfortable with him getting the job. I'm a tread water type of guy, so fine. You want him to give him the chance to be the head coach. He can get this team emotional. I think he can get this team to trust him, fine. But you notice this. Now you bring in a guy. He's a veteran in this league. Like, he's going to be 30 in August. He's a veteran in this league. He's likable when it comes to the fans. Obviously, he's played at a high level before. You can get him to play at another high level again. I know 2025 kind of got away, injuries, things like that. But you can get him to play at a high level again. And this is a guy who locker rooms trust, who then in turn can get guys who players have loved Jim Schwartz. Maybe you can get them to love him too. I'm talking about Mike Rutenberg. At the end of all of this, what he said at the beginning of that clip is still the truth. You're paid to do the job. Do the damn job. I don't care how much you don't like the defensive coordinator, head coach, or whoever. Do your job. That's what you're getting paid to do. At the end of all this, that's where it is. But everything's made easier and easier to game plan, easier to get your philosophy across when we're as close to on the same page as possible. And really, that's trust. Doesn't have to be alike, doesn't have to be best friends. It has to be a trust that people are going to be put in the right position. And here's a guy who's been in the league, again, has played at a high level, who trusts this guy to put him in the right position. So it could end up being a great move, not just for what we see on the field, but what we see of the rest of the team, what we certainly see with the defense here. Because I think a lot of folks, we've talked so much about offensive line, free agency. I think we forgot one of our main concerns back in January when it looked like Jim Schwartz ain't coming back, and anybody who says that they want him, they're just wishing he's not coming back. I think that this is one of those things that was underrated, where we got distracted by QB talk, we got distracted by free agency, that it's like, hey, how are these guys going to play with a new defensive coordinator? You know, how is this defense going to play without the guy who, to them, has opened up some of their careers, has opened up a new door for being a good football team, being a good defense, and being a better player for a lot of these guys? How are they going to deal with that guy not naturally moving on to a bigger, better job, becoming a head coach, but walking away from the organization and doing so still under contract and just not coaching this year? That is a concerning thing, and so this is probably this is almost as close to a slam dunk move as you can make. 216-474-0092. I know I only got 20 more minutes with you. I have to ask, guys, why don't you like him anymore? You love these guys last year. What on earth has changed? Who is it? I'm going to tell you who in 5 minutes on The Fan. Northeast Factory Direct.
That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
When are you going to work a full week with me so I can ask the diabolical question?
You have one? You have one queued up and ready to go?
No, you had a diabolical question. I actually want to get into it. But I forgot what it was. I just wrote
diabolical question?
We can't keep up with them.
Lima diabolical question. And now I don't remember what it was. Watson.
A month ago.
It was about Deshaun Watson. I know it was about Deshaun Watson. What we haven't been able to do coming in hot. He does coming in hot without me. I'm not going to do coming in hot without him.
The two of you have not been here on a Friday together in a year.
Well, one of those situations was out of our control.
And it doesn't stop things. We still do a show.
I'm sorry. One day I was just driving around Huron County going, is he over here? Is he over there? Where's he at? Is he in Norwalk? Is he in Milan? Is he over at the... Where could he possibly be? He ain't listening right now. I can say it. That was that Friday.
There's a lot going on.
Better get those damn pies, though. I know that. If you're going to do that on the air, you better show up with a boatload of pies.
I was playing Coming in Hot with the fine folks at the Huron Sheriff's Department. That's who I was playing Coming in Hot with on that Friday. Which, by the way, one was a listener. Wonderful, wonderful people. All right. 216-474-0092. I throw out the numbers if anybody we're going to take a call right now. I'm sorry. Can I just ask? So I threw it out there. And part of it, I knew I was going to get hammered. I muted it. I go, I'm going to send this right before I lay down and watch the rest of this game in my bed. And I'm going to fall asleep during this game. I guarantee it. But I'm going to send this tweet. And I go, you got to turn your phone off because you're going to get triggered because you know how people are right now about this basketball team. And I said, and I still believe this. I didn't say it just to kind of goad you guys on the internet. What I pointed out last night, I said the Cavs have had 30 different lineups. Danny Cunningham specified yesterday. That was the 30th different lineup that the Cavs had.
It's incredible.
30. I said the Cavs have had 30 different lineups and made the biggest trade of the season a month ago. Some can call it an excuse all they want, but saying they should be further along right now just isn't correct. And you know what happened. And I got called the P word, and I got called soft, and I got called all these other words. And I got called that I'm just making excuses for him, and I go, what happened? What is it? Is it the? I want to know. What was it? Just they lost to Indiana last year? Like Indiana ended up in the finals.
Yeah, they also beat the Knicks.
We can talk about toughness.
The Knicks beat the Celtics.
When they end up in the finals, guys, they didn't put us in a figure four to get to the finals. They outclassed you. They did it. Was it that loss? Because man, anytime I go to say anything even remotely, and by the way, I find that to be accurate. I don't find that to be an excuse. I'll ask Daryl about that tomorrow on Friday. Maybe he'll disagree with me. I think I'm telling the truth right there. And man, I've been called soft. I've been called every word in the book. I'm going, guys, why do you guys dislike this Cavs team?
Well, there's no grace for them.
Why do you dislike them?
There's no grace, which is so interesting because for years, when we debated LeBron all the time, I was told, yeah, it's great just showing up in the finals every year. That's amazing, but tone, so much drama, every day, the drama, all about him. Okay, we have Donovan Mitchell now, and that dude is the anti-drama. When is there ever? And even in Utah, that drama was not elongated. That was kind of hey, it's been made clear. He's moving on. And that was it. I'm not saying that was right either, but all these guys, they don't have to play for one team their whole career.
I kind of forgot he wanted to trade by the time
there's been no drama.
They traded for him.
There's been no drama. We just talked about, even David Njoku asked for a trade at one point, okay? That doesn't necessarily mean it's drama-filled. But this team hasn't really had that type of drama. And even Darius out the door was like, man, I wish it could have worked out. It wasn't even that drama-filled.
What makes them so unlikable,
So why
guys?
is it that fans seem to have something against this Cavs team? Like, they've never been supposed to win the championship. Like, yeah, you could say Dan Gilbert spent the most money. So did the Browns over the last 4 years. They've spent more money. Their owners have spent more money than anybody else in NFL over the last 4 years. Do you think they should have won the title? Like, that's what I'm curious about. When did it become the birthright of Cavs fans? You made the Donovan Mitchell trade, championships. That's not how the league works. Donovan's not a top 5 player in the league. He was All-NBA last year.
The last big move you made, the last move it seemed to be big enough to do was championships were expected with that guy.
With LeBron. Yes. And had they not have won a championship, we'd be hearing about the failures of LeBron every minute of the day for the rest of our lives. And guess what? He won a championship. And people still hate him, but he won a championship.
I really want to know. I don't think Daryl's going to disagree with me. If Daryl disagrees with me tomorrow, there's going to be fireworks, and I look forward to it. I look forward to the challenge.
Are they not likable?
But I know you. That's what I'm asking. I go, guys.
Jared Allen, one of the more likable dudes in Cleveland sports in the last 30 years. Seriously,
that's what my issue is.
James Harden, who his style of play was detestable for me since he's come to Cleveland. That guy has been a pro and has been looking to get guys involved. I think I think he should be a little more selfish at times. James Harden, he's been a good guy. Keon Ellis, good guy. Max Strus, fan favorite. Why is this team, why are people acting like they're failures already? Like Nick called him a failure already yesterday. 2 days ago. Where did that come from? This team is one of the more likable teams in Cleveland sports that I can remember since we've been on the air.
Which, can I say something? And I don't mean to turn this into a show versus show thing all the time. Let me just say this quick. He said it was funny because he's like, yeah, he's calling me a hater, which is the slippery wizard move of all slippery wizard move when he's been the hater. I don't think, guys, I think we have to have a conversation about this at some point this summer. Lima's no longer a hater. I mean, of Cleveland sports in general. I know there's some Shador fans watching on the YouTube Live who would totally disagree. I think he wants what's best for all the teams here now. I think at one point you were a cynical, nasty person about Cleveland sports. I think having a family has changed you. I think older age, wisdom has changed you. I don't think you're a hater anymore.
Certain things.
You want to be right, but I think there was a time you wanted to be right more than you wanted the best for the teams. I don't believe that.
I'm just not going to take for granted.
I think you want what's best for everybody.
I'm not going to take for granted when the Guardians make the playoffs almost every year, and I'm not going to take for granted that the Cavs have been really good for a long time now. Not going to take it for granted because once it's gone, ask the Wizards fans how it feels every day. Ask the Pirates fans how it feels. I'm going to say nice things about the Cavs and the Guardians.
Speaking of Wizards, that's the slippery one. He's in Dayton the next 2 days. Daryl joins me tomorrow. Thanks to Quincy Williams. Thanks to Brian Baldinger. We're back tomorrow. Have a wonderful day, my friends. Go Cavs. They're good folks. Hey, and
sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
Oh, boy.
This is an